who inhabit the praises of Israel. And we're going to start with hymn number 279. That's hymn number 279.
Trusting in His word, only trust Him, only trust Him now. He will save you, He will save you, He will save you now. For Jesus shed His precious blood, rich blessings to bestow. Plunge now into the crimson flood and wash as white as snow. Only trust Him, only trust Him, only trust Him now. He will save you, He will save you, He will save you now. Yes, Jesus is the truth, the way that leads you into rest. Believe in Him without delay, and you are fully blessed. Only trust Him, only trust Him, only trust Him now. He will save you, He will save you, He will save you now. Come then and join this holy band, and on to glory go, to dwell in that celestial land where joys immortal flow. Only trust Him, only trust Him, only trust Him now. He will save you, He will save you, He will save you now.
All right, and our opening hymn is hymn number 92. Hymn number 92. This is my Father's world. Please stand.
This is my Father's world, and to my listening ear
Good morning, everyone. I pray we all had a good night's sleep. I like the overcast, maybe not the rain, but I like the overcast. So we look forward to what's in store for today. I just want to welcome everybody who wasn't here last night and may have just joined us this morning. Welcome to the Growing Together Conference, and we're excited that we can come and learn together, grow together, spend some time together. So I'm going to open up with a word of prayer, so if you can bow your heads as we approach the Lord in prayer. Let's pray. Our Father in heaven, we are just so grateful, Lord, for the time that we get to come a while and just rest and to learn and to spend time with you out in nature. We thank you for this beautiful setting here in UG Pines. We're grateful for UG Pines allowing us to host this event here. And we pray, Lord, that this can be the start of something great. Not only as a conference, but also in our lives, Lord, as we look to make steps to move out to the country, to learn how to grow our own food, or whatever goals that we may have. So, Lord, we ask for your presence here. In Jesus' name, amen. We had some announcements, but I do not see Andrew here. So we're not going to waste any time. We're going to open up. I'm going to introduce our speakers of the hour. Our speakers of the hour is Luke and Chantee Fisher. I don't know if both of them are speaking this morning or both of them. Oh, praise God. I like when the husband and wife speak together. So they are from Bristow, Oklahoma. They have a market farm that they do half a part of the year, and half the other part of the year they're in Africa and Senegal doing a project over there. So we're grateful for them to be here this morning. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to them and let them have the full time. I'm trying to figure out how to make the slideshow not play music here. Maybe they could mute the sound. Here we go. I didn't figure it out.
Good morning. My name is Luke. This is my wife, Chantee. And before we begin, let's have a quick word of prayer. Dear Lord, as we share this morning, we ask that you would speak through us. May we be hidden in you. In Jesus' name, amen. I'm going to turn this phone to silent. Leave it over here. All right. Okay, so our message this morning is on true education. I'm not sure what the deal is here. All right. And how that applies to different aspects of our life. And Psalms 34:8. Taste and see that the Lord is good. Have any of you ever tried a new fruit that you hadn't tried before? Anybody know what this is right here? It's kind of like a lychee. Rambutan, yeah, rambutan. Anyway, I had a rambutan for the first time whenever I was visiting and working doing mission work in Africa. They're a unique fruit that I really enjoy, but not something that I had experienced before. And this story is not about rambutans. Trying to figure out how to cycle through these pictures without. I think it might want me to have internet or something. It might want us to connect to an internet connection here. I could just click on the next one. Anybody know what this is? A jackfruit, also a unique fruit. What does a jackfruit taste like if you're going to describe it to somebody? It's connected, but it's not cycling through the slideshow. What does a jackfruit taste like? Very sweet? Yes. There's a lot of sweet things. Delicious. It's delicious, but does it taste like an apple? Apples are sweet. No? It's a unique flavor. connect us to the internet there?
It's connecting right now. Should pop up once. Okay, hold on, let me try again. Okay. I want to show everybody the password, but I have to change it afterwards. Okay.
I don't think they can read it.
Okay. Let me just re-enter it. I entered it wrong. Okay, it should work.
All right, we'll see if this works.
I would just do manually.
All right. All right. This is not a jackfruit. Anybody know what this fruit is? Mangosteen. All right. So I had a mangosteen for the first time, like in 2013, in Democratic Republic of the Congo. And it was a new experience for me. I thought a mangosteen should taste like a mango, but it's nothing like a mango. Wow. Who here has eaten a mangosteen? One person? One person? Two people? Three of us have eaten a mangosteen. The rest of you have seen a mangosteen in a picture. Now, hearing about something gives you some more knowledge than if you'd never heard of a mangosteen. If you'd never heard of a mangosteen, you definitely would not know what you're missing. Now you've seen a mangosteen, you can see it kind of has a kind of thick leathery skin and a white inside that looks like a divided up brain or orange, but you have not experienced a mangosteen. All right, of the two ladies here, would you like to describe what does a mangosteen taste like? What does it taste like? What's a mangosteen like?
I would say that this lady in the back would have a better
Okay. Ma'am, in the back, can you describe to us what does a mangosteen taste like? Give us a testimony about a mangosteen.
Well, it's, oh wow. How many of you had like a lychee before?
Well, we saw a picture of a rambutan.
So it's like sweet, tart, juicy. It has some black seeds inside, so you just eat the outer white skin. And it's so delicious. I don't know.
So I chose mangosteen for this illustration because it's like so unique and delicious and hard to describe. Basically, you're going to have to travel to the Philippines or to Central Africa and eat one before you'll really know what a mangosteen is like. You're going to have to taste if you really want to see, because seeing from afar is it's not the same as experiencing. There's an old Chinese proverb that it's better to hear about something than to not to hear about it. Better to see it than to hear about it, but even better to experience it. And this ties back to a principle of true education. I attended Southern Adventist University in my youth, just not too far down the road up near Chattanooga. And this right here is Foster Falls. If any of you have been to Foster Falls State Park, great rock climbing. We go out there rock climbing on Sundays. We would see this waterfall. And without fail, every time that I visited Foster Falls, we swam underneath Foster Falls waterfall. Looking at a waterfall is a different experience. I mean, it's beautiful, but it's a more immersive experience to swim in the waterfall than just to look at it. This right here is Dindafello Falls. This is in Senegal. It's like 300-foot tall waterfall out near the Kédougou district, near to the corner of Senegal, near to Mali and Guinea-Conakry. Hot part of the country. It's just very hot down there. And the Gambia River, it's kind of a hot lowland valley. And you can really suffer in the heat. We were out there helping, we have a friend, Jean Sambo, that runs a little starting a mission farm outpost. He says he's going to call it Little Riverside. Planting banana trees, doing church planting and evangelism in the area, and we're out there helping him, and we're hot every day. But he said, oh, hey, just like up the road, only about 30 minutes away, there's the ground goes up, and there's a highland plateau begins. And he said, there's a waterfall there. You'll like it. So we go traveling out there, and then we hike for, seems like a long time, though, probably just because we're carrying so many children. Hot on the way, and we get to the end, and there's this stream of water falling from the highland plateau down into the valley below here. And the water you would think is cold water. Somehow there's cold water in this hot place in Africa. Cold water falling from the highlands down below. We hiked all that way, and do you think we were content just to sit back and look? Ah, look, there's some cold water over there. There's some refreshment falling from the sky. No, we were not content to look. You can see a small person right underneath the waterfall down there. No, if we're going to get that close, we're going to get in. Being under Dindafellow Falls, after living in that hot environment, is a different experience than just hearing about it, just walking and looking from afar. You have to get in. You have to get in to experience it. So I think you may start to make the spiritual connection with true education. The experience of walking with God, so let me just read a few quotes here. This is from 1 John. That which was from the beginning, that which we have heard, which we have seen with our eyes, which we have looked upon, which we have touched with our hands, concerning the word of life. This is the testimony of John talking about his experience with Jesus in the gospel, something that he's touched with his hands. He's seen it, he's heard it, but he's also touched it. He's also lived it. Taste and see that the Lord is good.
You're going to share the relationship
Oh,
example
the waterfall illustration?
Yeah.
Oh, about our relationship? All right. One more example before we get into our Bible story. Chantee and I met in 2011. Was it 2011? We had an immediate connection or chemistry. But at some point along the journey, there was like a little bit of hesitancy. Are we ready to jump in to something new, something unknown? Any of you here, you can see this man standing underneath this cold waterfall. It's nice to look at a mountain stream or mountain lake. It's not easy to jump in to a mountain stream or a mountain lake because the water is cold. Same with some hydrotherapy and some hot and cold. It's a little bit of a shock to the system to get into a cold shower or to turn that water from hot to cold. But the experience is really quite exhilarating and invigorating. So this is something like our relationship. You can see this nice stream here, but do we want to jump in? And, it was really actually something that I thought and prayed about a lot. It was like some sort of struggle, even though you think it's going to be good, but there's like some risk involved. There's some sacrifice involved. There's some losing of your control of what's going to happen whenever you jump in. But in your walk with the Lord, if you jump in, just like the mangosteen, just like the mountain stream, just like the hydrotherapy, you've got to taste and see that the Lord is good. You've got to jump in, get your head under, to really fully experience the beauty of a relationship. So in a marriage, you have to jump all the way in. You don't just wade in with your toes. You've got to be all the way in to experience the beauty of a marriage.
Do I need to use that when I talk?
Or you can use this one, I think.
Have you ever heard someone describe an experience like this where you jumped into a mountain lake and afterwards say, I'm so sorry I did that. I wish I hadn't. Usually that's not the reaction. Usually the reaction is, I am so glad I did that. It was incredible. It was so invigorating. And that's how it is to enter into God's ways and fully experience what he has in store for us. So we're talking about true education. and the difference between true education, God's education, and the education that the world has to offer. One of the most fundamental differences, obviously, is that God is the foundation of true education. I'd like you to turn with me to Proverbs chapter 9, verses 10 and 11. Proverbs 9, 10 and 11. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the holy is understanding. For by me thy days shall be multiplied, and the years of thy life shall be increased. You know, it's interesting how limited our perspective is. We are raising a whole tribe of little children who are very confident children. Maybe they're chips off the old block. But they're very confident. They're confident in their knowledge and their abilities. And, you know, from the time that they've each been able to express themselves, they feel like they know a lot. But as their parents, we recognize that they're just at the very beginning of a journey of discovering how much they don't know, how much there is to learn, how much life and their mentors and God ultimately will teach them. And I feel like we, even as adults, even with our experience in the world, realizing how much we don't know, still it's easy to enter into the thought that I'm the one who lives inside my head and I know myself better than anybody else. Maybe you do know what's inside of you better than any other person, but you do not know yourself as well as your Creator does. We are His creation. We were made by Him, and He knows. He knows what we need. He knows what we need to learn. He knows the journey that He has chosen for us. And if we will hand over our lives to Him and allow ourselves to be enrolled in His school with Him as the foundation, the reward will be great. The reward of discovery as we draw closer and closer to God. I want to read to you a quote from the book Education, and I want to encourage you, if you've not read Education recently, it's worth a reread. I read it some years ago, but recently I've been reading it again, and it's really powerful. So if you haven't read it recently, and if you've never read it at all, definitely pick it up and read it. This is from the very first chapter, and it says, "To restore in man the image of his Maker, to bring him back to the perfection in which he was created, to promote the development of body, mind, and soul, that the divine purpose in his creation might be realized, this was to be the work of redemption. This is the object of education, the great object of life." So we see that it's not really about the things that we study or the things that we know, the degrees that we get, or even the mark that we make on the world. It's about returning to the purpose for which we were created, to know God, to be in relationship with Him, and to bring Him glory and honor, the glory and honor that is due Him with our lives.
Colossians 3:10, we might expound on this passage more later if we have time, but this is about putting on the new self, which is being renewed in knowledge after the image of its creator. So to be renewed in knowledge after the image of your creator. You know, God is our creator. And our knowledge of Him in true education is not just a theoretical knowledge. So I'm reminded of David as a young shepherd boy out there taking care of his father's sheep. He had Prophet Samuel came, found him, and anointed him, and the Holy Spirit was with him after that, the Bible says. And we don't know all the ins and outs of what his daily life was like from direct record, but we can hear some of his testimony of some of his experiences, and we can see the fruits of his labor in the Psalms. He spent some time out there praising the Lord and meditating on God's law. And, eventually there was the situation where he went to take some food and provisions to his brothers who were fighting in the army. Goliath comes out, is mocking God and God's people. And David is a little bit indignant. He's like, hey, This guy cannot talk about God that way. God needs to God's going to defend his name. Who's going to go out and fight this giant? This story, we'll have to look it up to see if I'm quoting correctly, but I think it's in, is it 1 Samuel chapter 17? All right, so we'll not read all the verses, but we'll recount the story. David asks who's going to go fight this giant. Nobody is volunteering, so he volunteers. King Saul hears about it. I probably should look up. You want to look up the passage for me? Sure. King Saul hears about, hey, we got some kid going out to fight the giant. And Saul calls him in to speak with him. And Saul tries to discourage him from doing it. He's like, hey, you're just a kid. This man's been a warrior from his youth. He's going to destroy you. You can't, it's not going to work. You can't do it. He says you don't have the experience. You don't have the experience. All right, so this is verse 31. That's where the passage is. And David said to Saul, let no man's heart fail because of him. Thy servant will go and fight this Philistine. And Saul said to David, thou art not able to go up against this Philistine and fight him, for thou art but a youth, and he a man of war from his youth. And David said unto Saul, thy servant kept his father's sheep. And there came a lion and a bear, and took a lamb out of the flock, and I went after him and smote him. And when he rose against me, I caught him by his beard and smote him and slew him. Thy servant slew both the lion and the bear. And this uncircumcised Philistine shall be as one of them, seeing that he hath defied the armies of the living God. David said, moreover, the Lord that delivered me out of the paw of the lion and out of the paw of the bear, he will deliver me out of the hand of this Philistine. And Saul said to David, go, and the Lord be with thee. So David said, hey, I do have an experience. I have an experience with God. Yes, I've never fought against a giant Philistine before, but I have fought with God on my side before. I do have an experience. And Saul was still cautious. He's like, hey, take my armor. But David's like, I've not tried this armor. I don't have any experience with this. I'm not counting on this. I'm going to stick with what I know. And this is a good example of how David had an experience of true education with the Lord. It was not theoretical knowledge. He had practical knowledge of trusting in God, relying on God, and seeing God work. Amen. You want to add anything?
Yeah, I want to jump in here. So I was reading recently, the children and I recently went through a book on the life of Hudson Taylor, which is a really incredibly inspiring story. If you have not read a biography of Hudson Taylor, you should do so. But one of the things that really impressed me was the story of how he had already felt the call of God to go to China, to this faraway place that he had never been, that he didn't really know. And he was in a stage of preparation. He was seeking to do everything he could to equip himself for the work that God had for him. And one of the things he really felt he needed was to learn how to live by faith, to wait upon the Lord, to allow God to provide for his needs. So he left the comfortable position that he was in. He moved to a very poor community called Drainside because all the sewer was always open sewer just draining by through the streets, and the place reeked terribly. Like, it smelled so bad he couldn't even sleep at night for the first while. Probably not a recommended thing to do for one's health, but he was there for a spiritual boot camp. So he's living in this...
Not a riverside.
No. He was living in this community that was just struggling with poverty, to really enter into reaching out and understanding the struggles of the people around him. And he apprenticed himself to a doctor so that he could learn medical skills. And the doctor made an agreement with him that he would pay him every 4 months. He'd get his paycheck that would cover his living expenses. his rent, and give him a little bit to live on if he was very frugal. Hudson Taylor was very frugal, but usually by the end of the 4 months, he was just about out of money. And so this particular day, he was praying and he was asking God how he could have his faith increased, and God put it on his heart to not remind his employer when the 4 months was over and when it was time to get his paycheck again. Just let God do the reminding.
This for his training here.
For his training, for his faith. Let God provide for him by leaving God to remind his employer. So his time is coming up. He's living on, very little money because he had 2 weeks left to make it until the date of his paycheck. And he's visiting a very, very poor family where the wife had just had a baby. She was dying. The husband was desperate. The children were hungry. And God put it on his heart to give the last piece of money in his pocket to this family. He didn't know how he was going to survive the last 2 weeks, but he gave it. To the next day, he had a knock on his door, and it was the postman bringing him a letter, which had some money in it, enough money to last until he was supposed to get his paycheck. His faith was increased. So he gets this money. He's trying to make it stretch as long as possible. The day comes when he's supposed to get his paycheck, and the doctor does not remember. And he feels convicted. He's not supposed to remind the doctor. He waits day after day after day. A week goes by, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Now his rent is due. And he does not feel like it's responsible for him not to be able to pay his rent because he, hasn't gotten the paycheck that was already owed him. So he is just praying and wrestling because he had made a commitment to God that he was not going to remind the doctor and that he was going to trust God for his needs. It's quite the story. You'll have to read all the details. But basically, on the very last night, it was a Saturday night. He's working with the doctor in the dispensary, mixing up some medications. And the doctor is like, "Oh, wasn't I supposed to pay you? When was your paycheck due?" And Hudson Taylor's trying to be real calm. He's like, "Well, it was due some time ago." And the doctor's like, "You should have told me. Why didn't you remind me? I took all the money to the bank this afternoon. I don't have anything to give you, but on Monday, I'll pay you. Remind me on Monday and I'll pay you." And Hudson Taylor, of course, is just deeply disappointed and trying to hide his disappointment because he's supposed to give his rent to his landlady the next day. And he's just trying to hold on in faith. The doctor leaves for the night, leaves him to close up shop. And he got on his knees on the floor and just prayed and cried out to God and said, "Have I misunderstood you? Am I supposed to, is this something that you're asking me to do? I'm asking you to increase my faith, but I don't know how you're going to get me out of this situation." God gave him a measure of peace while he was there praying. And he got back up on his feet and knew that somehow, he was clear that he had made an agreement with God. He was not supposed to remind the doctor, and that somehow God would provide. Just as he was getting ready to walk out for the night, the door opens again. The doctor walks through laughing and says, "You know what happened? The strangest thing. It's 10 o'clock at night, and I just had a patient arrive at my door to pay his bill. And he always brings checks, but today he brought money, and so he goes to put it into the ledger, and he's putting the notes away into his, cashier desk, whatever, and he turns to leave again, and Hudson Taylor's like, "I cannot believe, what is this, Lord?" But the Lord impressed him to keep his mouth shut, and as the doctor is walking through the door, suddenly he stops and he's like, "Oh, Hudson, you can just take that money that I just put in that desk there, and I'll give you the remainder on Monday." God had provided. His faith was increased. And he was going to need that faith for all the experiences he would pass through. Now, I don't know each one of you individually, but I know enough about God to know that each one of us is on a faith journey. I don't know where you're at in your faith journey. Maybe you're in the stage of Lot, who was leaning on the faith of the Abraham in his life. Maybe you are an Abraham who has been called to go out to a land that you don't know yet, and you are walking. You don't know what the end is, but you're walking day by day with God. Maybe you've had that mustard seed planted in your life and grown up and bearing fruit so that you can actually point to the mountains that God has already moved on your behalf. But I know that each one of you is on a journey of faith, and God is calling you deeper. He's calling you higher. He wants you to enroll in his school so that he can teach you the lessons that he has for you individually, so that he can equip you for the work that he has for you to do. There's a little poem that I memorized as a teenager that says, "I'd rather walk in the dark with God than go alone in the light. I'd rather walk with him by faith than go alone by sight." So now that we've talked about embracing this true education experience, we want to take you to the farm. We want to take you to the garden and share with you some of the lessons that God has been teaching us through his second book and through our experience in living a life, an agricultural life.
God gave, he appointed, even from at creation, he put Adam and Eve in a garden, told them to keep it. And he appointed manual labor to be a blessing to humankind for the development of our strength, of our intellect, and there's some value in giving somebody responsibility and this applies to training of children, training of anybody's development. They need to be given responsibility to really fully develop as a person. And God gave us responsibility as stewards of this earth. So the question is, how are we going to use that responsibility? Agriculture provides food, which is necessary for life, and it's provides exercise. It's out in nature, and there's so many opportunities for learning of God and God's ways. So the first thing I would like to say about true education in agriculture is that if you want to grow in your knowledge of agriculture and you want to gain the benefits of it, you're going to have to do it. Even if you start with baby steps, even if you start in something in the wrong direction or making mistakes, that's okay. You're not going to learn if you don't start, if you don't get your hands in the dirt. We'll call it soil in an agricultural conference. But so I grew up on a family farm. My father grew up on that same farm. My grandfather was born on that farm. My great-grandfather arrived there as a small boy. My great-great-grandparents moved to Oklahoma from Missouri after accepting the Adventist message, wanting to raise their children differently. Raise them with a vegetarian diet, keep the Sabbath, avoiding all the pork at Sunday dinner lunch at the family get-togethers, and trying to evangelize their extended family, and it became a little bit difficult. So they decided they were going to move west with their family to start a new life in a new community. So that's how our family came to Oklahoma a few years before statehood, actually. So I come from a long line of Adventist farmers. Somewhere along the way, as life developed and times progressed over the next 100 years, our farming practices were going in one direction, and our family went with them. My dad, whenever I was a small boy, started an asparagus farm and reintroduced some vegetable production. Otherwise, it's just like corn, wheat, soybeans, beef cattle, conventional farming. So my dad started some asparagus farming, and I grew up on this asparagus farm. And whenever I came of age, my dad had, when I went to high school and college, my dad had plowed that all up. Not enough youth labor on the farm anymore. And but I took an interest in agriculture, really in the foundations of sustainable agriculture. I took some interest in it during my college years. Started a little community garden at Southern. Was interested in the kind of the community aspects of it as well, and the nutritional aspects of it, as well as the spiritual aspects of farming. So I stopped by and visited the Dysinger farm, driving back and forth from Oklahoma to Chattanooga. My dad had met John Dysinger and family at National Family Retreat back in the day before it was called National Family Retreat. Told me, hey, you got to stop by and visit that strawberry farm. So I stopped by and visited, was really impressed. So I went home and started trying to replicate some of the things I had seen, but without all of the foundational knowledge to build it. So, started rototilling, planting, growing some things, and had some good success for a few years. And then I began to struggle with diseases. Things were not growing like they used to grow. It would rain and my soil would just become this brick. And so then I had to start digging a little bit deeper. Not with my spading fork, though I did some spading, but really what's going on here? And how can we talk about restoration farming? How come it's not like the first year? My dad's like, oh, that's the honeymoon year. When you break some new ground, it's good the first year. After that, it just goes downhill. And that's really been the experience of farmers for a long time in a lot of places. It starts out okay, but then it just goes downhill from there. So now we're talking about restoration farming. And since that time, over the last 20 years, you've maybe started hearing about regenerative agriculture. And a lot of the regenerative agriculture people are Christians, actually. Most of them. It's a Christian agricultural movement to a large extent. And in the principles that we try to apply are modeling how we see God working in nature. What is God's original design for biodiversity, for soil structure? And so I saw Whitmar McConnell here at breakfast, went to ADAGRA conference, started learning some things, sat in some Whitmar McConnell soil health lectures and learned about, he might be speaking at this conference and might talk about his the law and the gospel of soil health. So I'll not take all of his points and mention them here, but I was hearing these things, started applying some of them, making sure we had the right minerals to work with. But then what really started making an impact was understanding the principles of soil health, of the life that needs to be in the soil. And if you have, one of the principles of regenerative agriculture is living roots in the soil all the time, as much of the year as possible, living roots in the soil. And the benefit of this is that the plants have their leaves up to the sun. They are collecting energy from the sun, turning that through photosynthesis into liquid carbon, pumping it into the soil, and feeding the microbial community, the mycorrhizal fungi, all of the bacteria, all of the organisms that live in the soil. And this grows into an interdependent network. And if you have multi-species plantings, biodiversity of plants, you'll have a biodiversity of microorganisms in the soil. And these mycorrhizal fungi will connect with the plant, connect with other plants, and there becomes a whole living network that creates space and structure and a place for all of the work that needs to happen underground to happen. And when it rains, your soil does not collapse into a brick. It stays spongy and the water can absorb in. When it's dry, there's a reserve of water and nutrients to feed your plants.
Can I jump in here and say something?
Yeah.
So this has been a journey that we've been on. And when Luke first started, so when I first married Luke and joined the farm, we were probably at the tail end of the honeymoon phase still. His garden was really impressive. It looked amazing. I loved it. It was very picturesque. And then he started having these struggles, and sections of our garden were like dirt clods that really couldn't be broken up very easily. And anyway, so he starts experimenting with these regenerative agriculture ideas. And the further along he went, the more skeptical I became. And I was just like, I miss the look of like bare rototilled soil. I mean, there's something beautiful about soil, a bed that's just ready to plant and it's mealy and it's fine and it's weed free. Like, I liked that look.
We
And
just
now,
chopped everything up, waiting for a rain to turn into a brick.
and now here we are, you know, like spading this ground that has so many weeds in it and so many roots already and just poking things in the ground. And I was like, I am not into this. I'd like to return to the old methods. And we've gone back and forth actually for years. I just find that like the groundwork is so much more difficult when you're trying to do things this way and leave the living roots in the soil instead of bring out the tractor or bring out the rototiller and just, you know, plow it all up. But I have learned slowly but surely the benefits of this whole idea of having living roots in the soil and having biodiversity and crops growing together. And this spring, it finally occurred to me. I got home from Africa 3 weeks before Luke did, and I was going to plant potatoes and onions, get them in the ground. And last year, I really struggled out there. It's really heavy work with just the kids and I trying to do no-till, getting the ground ready for potatoes. And this year, I called up my father-in-law. I was like, do you have that tractor tiller? Yeah, Luke's not here. I'm just gonna do a little bit. The garden I'm gonna plant is gonna be tilled garden this year, okay? So he came through and man, it was so easy. Got the potatoes and the onions and the carrots in the ground. And a few days later, we get this tremendous rain. And it just turned into a quagmire and like washed the seeds down into these big puddles. Now they're all coming up in clumps and then there's nothing in, you know, the soil that I planted. And then of course my kids got out into the garden before it was ready and left huge, you know, sinkhole footprints. And Luke came home to see this and I'm like, maybe you have a point. Maybe you have a point. And one thing that I've learned, actually, maybe I'll let you talk a little bit, then I'll talk about the lesson I've learned from it.
Okay, this right here is a picture of my first experiment with no-till vegetable planting right here. So, that's our daughter Linnea a couple years ago. You can see our house, barn, center of influence, future farm-to-table restaurant under construction back there. And yeah, I had strawberries planted the previous year where that kale is, and we just like they died over the summer. Some weeds grew, some other things. That next spring, I just like hoed off the weeds off the surface and transplanted directly into that bed the kale. And it did amazing. It was just so great. Some of the best kale we've grown. You can see right on the close side where. Can we zoom in here? You can see a little bit of no-till. Anyway, some no-till planting of sweet potatoes and some empty space here. So as soon as we harvested something out, we started transplanting some new things in without rototilling, and. Except for a few exceptions here or there, we've gone to a completely no-till garden. And yeah, things will grow without rototilling. That's what we learned. You know, the rest of all these plants in the world grow without anybody rototilling before they're planted. So why can't our garden grow without rototilling? But yeah, it was a little bit of a step of faith. You can see we've got in between here, right on this edge, we even got some photosynthesis growing in the alleyway there.
He like refuses to call them weeds anymore. Like, yeah. Some natural plants there in between our kale and cabbage.
One of my new favorite, I tell my wife, my new favorite plant is crabgrass. It's a self-seeding cover crop. Keeps the Bermuda grass suppressed during the off season. We've been enjoying the journey, and it's like a lot quieter without a rototiller around. So, and more exercise. So, this spring, I had the privilege of attending a study conference in Michigan of Gospel Medical Evangelism Study Conference on the kind of intersection of I guess, the blueprint of how education and practical medical missionary help work and gospel evangelism should all be comprehensively intertwined. And we were kind of studying or delineating what makes a good treatment, like what kind of prescriptions should medical missionaries or gospel medical evangelists or physicians be prescribing? What's the best kind of treatment that you can prescribe? And at the top of the list, one of the signs of a good therapy is it takes engagement of the will. Engagement of the will is a hallmark of a good treatment plan. Engagement of the will. And the same applies in agriculture. You need to engage your mind, engage your will to not go necessarily the easiest route in the short run. Of course, it's easier just to get the disc of the plow or the rototiller and just chop everything up, don't do any planning and see what happens in the future. That might feel good today, but we've not engaged our will with some careful planning, with some studying from cause to effect, and working in harmony with God's plan. Oh yeah, we can. You can mention it. I'll show some pictures here.
So, you mentioned okra?
Well, I haven't talked about okra.
Okay.
Oh, do you want me to talk about the okra?
No. Okay, so I just want to say first, one of the deep lessons that occurred to me this spring as I'm looking at the difference between, the area that I planted and the area that then he planted when he got back.
You can see
I
this
realized,
field was not tilled in between here.
Yeah, this is our okra field. We've been doing actually a multi-year experiment with these methods with growing okra, and it's been really incredible, which he'll tell you about in a moment. But I realized that there's a real practical application when it comes to working with people. It is naturally easier to work with people, to live with people, to have friends with people who are very like-minded and think the same way as you, and in fact have similar personalities and modus operandi. It's harder to work with people who have a different perspective and who have different personalities and who are bringing different ideas to the table. And often, especially it seems like when we're engaged in service in the mission field or in an institution like this, we have a lot of strong-minded people who come to the table, and they don't all have the same ideas. And one of the weaknesses of these kinds of places has been that there can be a lot of inner conflict because people are seeing things differently, and they feel like they have the best interpretation of, the council or what we should do next. And it's easier to just turn around and say, you know what, I don't fit in here, these people don't appreciate me, I'm gonna go find a place where I'm appreciated, or where the work is easier, or where there's just not so much resistance. And yet, I have realized that we need that tension, we need those different perspectives, we need that for growth. And as I see in our garden, when you're monocropping, yeah, things are growing, but there are some inherent weaknesses there. And when you encourage that biodiversity and put things together and create that environment that Luke was talking about in the soil, there is strength there. There's resilience. And collectively, that soil is able to withstand much more than if it was in that monocrop, chopped up, weeds tilled away, bare dirt. In the same way, when we're a team, both as a family and then in wider circles, as a church board, as a church family, as a mission, when we are able to appreciate one another, when we're able to appreciate the varying gifts that God has brought to the table in each one of us, when we are willing to lay down our strong perspectives and see someone else's perspective, cooperate with each other, and even when we don't agree in every single area, still have respect for one another, there is strength to be found in a team like that, and God can grow each one of us, and he can grow his work when we are willing to come together in this way.
Yeah, a multi-species cover crop is more resistant to drought than a single species cover crop. And that biodiversity of plants in the garden will facilitate a growth of a more holistic, integrated soil microbial community. Maybe we cannot make a direct comparison between arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi and the Holy Spirit, or photosynthesis and the Holy Spirit, but there are some similarities in that the work of the fungi in the soil, the work of the photosynthesis feeding that community, is similar to the work of the Holy Spirit in a community of people, of helping facilitate, we're naturally selfish creatures. We naturally have some friction and competition. But that's not God's plan. And the same thing in the physical environment. In a wrong system, in a wrong arrangement, there will be competition and conflict. But in a right system, in a right arrangement, there'll be synergy and cooperation. And we can't do that without the Holy Spirit within our hearts. Same with a plant. There's fungi that live inside of those plants. They're called endophytes. And if you get a good endophyte inside of your plant, it will manage the community around it. It will turn those diseases into strengths. The things that used to kill you will start making you stronger, will start feeding you. And you relate to your community entirely differently. Same way with the Holy Spirit in our lives. We'll face challenges, we'll face trials. There will be bad things that come, but they can, as Paul said in Romans, all things can work together for good for those who love God. I think probably we're out of time. I don't even know how much time we have left.
Yeah, like 2 minutes.
2 minutes. So we'll have to save the rest of the stories and applications for the next 2 messages. But this is just some pictures of our okra operation. We taken to doing part of our summer garden. We plant a rye, vetch, clover, with some tillage radishes, other things. Fall, winter cover crop gets about 6 feet tall. We knock it down and plant directly into that. So this right here, my brother brought his corn planter over, and we planted okra, cowpeas, okra, green beans, some mix of arrangements. We eventually mowed all the bean rows out and let the okra keep growing. And we were picking 1,000 pounds of okra a week from this field. And anyway, really great okra seasons the last 2 years.
It's been actually pretty amazing because his dad has grown an okra field also, just kind of the old conventional way, right near our okra field. And just to see the difference in the plants, the health, the vibrancy, it's obviously directly related to we're living on the same farm. It's obviously the way that the soil is being treated that makes this okra. It's actually, it's a little bit stressful to see the way that the plants grow and get so big, and you just it's a jungle you're having to go through and pick. But I've learned to embrace it. I've learned to recognize this is good. This shows health and strength, even if I'm lost in here.
Yeah, these rows are all 5 feet apart. So.
Yeah, so they kind of close the gaps, and we pick a lot of okra on hot days, but we enjoy it.
All right, well, thank you for listening. We're just beginning this. We're still on this journey of, I used to kind of wonder how we're going to keep learning forever in heaven. I don't wonder anymore. I'm confident there'll be stuff to learn for eternity.
We look forward to sharing more with you tomorrow and the next day.
Thank you. Thank you, Luke and Chantee. Look forward to hearing more. We're going to actually have, in the afternoon, do you have the schedule? Come on, Andrew, up. We're going to talk about the schedule here. So in the afternoon, we're going to have a little panel discussion. We're going to bring Luke and Chantee and my family, and then our other presenters, John. How do you Peregrino family? They're going to be giving their testimony. So we're going to have some practical questions, farm life. And if you guys have any questions, you can. We're going to have a place where you can write down questions or share from the front, from the back. So I'm going to let Andrew kind of go over the schedule. We're going to dismiss and pray, and then we can get into our practical classes.
All right, thank you. So I just wanted to apologize to you all. I was supposed to be here a little bit earlier to share, but better late than never in this case. So glad to see you all here. And just wanted to announce a few things. So for our schedule, we're trying to make sure it's perfect and everybody understands. We still have another adjustment that we wanted to highlight. So how many of you, I just want to see a show of hands. How many of you are interested in going to the grafting class this morning? Just show of hands, interest, okay.
What are you grafting?
Grafting,
Trees?
I think it's trees. It's Brother Lemuel. He's on his way, him and his family. They're running a little bit behind. I'll get to you shortly. They're running a little bit behind. They'll be here probably by 9:40. So those of you who will be in his class, so again, show of hands. Okay.
What are the other
Not too
options?
many. All right. And so we will probably have that in the McClure building. We'll set up there. And the McClure building is right over here, and it's upstairs. And how about the soil science? How many are interested in being in the soil science class? Show of hands. Okay. All right. Perfect. So that will be right here. So that's the change we're going to make. I didn't remember that our trainees will be in the classroom, so we had to switch that up, Brother Whitmar. And so you'll be here. Would that work for you, this room, the chapel? All right, perfect. So the McClure building, instead of chapel for grafting, we'll do the McClure building both this morning and in the afternoon. And I can direct y'all there. Well, I'll just do a brief setup to make sure everything's okay, and we'll do it there. But that's at 9:40, all right? And so those are two main things. Now, Brother Jesse, are you here? Oh, good. So, Brother Jesse, it's raining. Do you have a plan? Do we have a plan B for the situation with the rain? Not at the moment. Okay. It was raining. Yeah, it's drizzling. So, was anyone planning on going to the raised bed class? Yeah, we have some. Okay, wonderful. So, did you bring your umbrellas or your rain jackets? So, you'll see Brother Jesse at let's see, that's 83, lot 83 at Honey Locust, and that's shortly right after we dismiss here. You'll just go meet with him. It doesn't look too bad out there, does it? By God's grace, hopefully it's not too bad. And, see, this is Thursday. For the plumbing, it's at the farm tractor shed. So you saw the farm stand, everyone? The farm stand is there near that small greenhouse on the other side of the farm. And beyond that is the station where Brother Rolando will be sharing Plumbing 101. So for those of you who are interested, please join him there. He's prepared to receive you. And the next thing is our soap making. So Sister Stephanie, I don't know if she's here now, she's probably setting up. Sister Stephanie will be at the Lifestyle Center. Did all of you get a chance to go to the Lifestyle Center this morning for breakfast? Yeah? Good. I hope you enjoyed the breakfast. It was delicious. And, praise God for that. The LSC demo room. So the demo room, we're going to probably have Sister Audrey direct you all to there. But if you go to the front desk, Sister Audrey should be there. And you keep going straight, she should show you. But if in case she's not there for any reason, it's straight ahead, and there's a room that says demonstration room. It's on the left as you go straight. But please ask Sister Audrey. I'll make sure that she is ready to lead you there. Anyone interested in soap making this morning? Okay, great. And that will be at 11:15 to 12:45. All right. Is there any? Yes, brother. Oh, I'm sorry. No, you're 11. Sorry, you're 11. Yeah, you're 11:15. Sorry, brother Rolando. Yeah, that's right. Thanks for that correction. So 11:15 to 12:45 for Brother Rolando. So are there any questions or thoughts before? Did everyone get to register? Everyone here got to register? No? Okay. So you can stay. There's a sister right here. What's your name? Oh, Sandra. Oh, okay. You were raising your hand. Sorry. Was that what you was raising your hand for? Okay. So we'll take care of you, Sister Sandra, and someone else too. Okay, both of you. All right. And you as well. So you stick behind, and Brother Gabriel will take care of you all on that end. Yes. The tomato starts this morning. Brother Raymond went, and so that's at, let's see here. That's at Hoop House C. So we have 3 hoop houses right here at the gate, and then 1 greenhouse. The greenhouse is the big, nice-looking Gothic greenhouse. And then behind that nice-looking greenhouse is Hoop House C. And Brother Raymond will be there prepared to receive you and lead out on that. That starts, that's right about now. He's probably setting up and ready for you all. He's ready for you all there. So please join him there. Yes, Brother Louis, before you go? Yes. 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 So thank you, Brother Louis. We want to preserve the grass. If you park on it, it will damage the grass. So please, everyone, park in the designated parking areas. We have a parking area there and a parking area right here on the gravel area. So please avoid parking here on the grass. Thank you for your cooperation. And, oh, yeah, brother. Yes, and this afternoon, Brother Jai will be also in the demonstration room at the Lifestyle Center with natural remedies. So please ask any questions. If you have trouble finding places, feel free to call or to ask myself, Sister Audrey, even Brother Gabriel's here. And so we just want you to have the best time here, and we're thankful that you are here to learn with us and grow with us. So thank you so much. Let's just dismiss with a word of prayer, and you'll go your separate ways. Please bow your heads with me. Gracious Heavenly Father, thank you so much, Lord, that we were able to meet this morning and hear the wonderful testimony of your children. And we know, Lord, that you want us to walk by faith, to live by faith and not by sight. Lord, may we not get distracted by fear, but continue to press on in the way that you opened before us. And I pray your blessing on each presenter and each one who has come to learn new things, to apply new things in their walk with you and their practical experience growing in their places. So, Lord, I just pray for your guidance and your Holy Spirit to be with us all. In Jesus' name we thank you. Amen. She's still doing that. So are they going to be? Well, I think all are they going to be any classes in the afternoon? Yes, there is. Maybe I haven't mentioned it. Right here, Brother Whitmar is going to be here. I didn't mention it. Okay, so I just want to make sure. Okay, 3:45. I just want to make sure that there was nothing that's happening. Okay, yeah, cool. So since there will be a class held here, we ask that you, unless you're going to be in the soil science class, that you find your where you're going at this time so that Brother Whitmar can begin. And for those of you registering, you want to do it in the back? You'll do it in the back.
Who all needs to get their badges?
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I'll give you my email.
Just remember to turn this on, unmute it once when you start.
Okay.
We're done with this.
Does that one have a plug-in? I can just use that.
It doesn't matter. You can turn it on if you want. Otherwise, you can use ours.
Yeah, I'll just use batteries.
Wow.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I had a quick question. This class goes till 1 o'clock, and I have it broken up into 2 different sections. That makes each class, of course, we're starting a little bit late, but that would make each class about 1 hour and 45 minutes long. My experience has been that that's a little long for a class that you're sitting listening. Would you prefer if I split it up into 3 different sections, and we did about 45 to 50 minutes, and then we had about a 10-minute break, and then we come back to it? I think that'll work out better. I don't think it'll interfere with anything else on it. So we're starting at 9:30. We will go ahead and stop about 10:20 for a break. And I am terrible about keeping time, so I'm going to set myself an alarm here, even though the clock's right there. Okay, my name is Whitmar McConnell. I have grown produce for 34 years. I just last year retired from market growing. And I also do soil fertility consulting for other growers. I've been doing that for about 21 years now. This is not the field that I intended to be in for my life, but God had different plans for me. I grew up in agriculture. I didn't want to have anything to do with agriculture because I saw how many problems there are. And let me ask this question. How many of you are gardeners already? How many of you are fairly new to it? Okay, good. It's actually good that you're fairly new to it because most of the time what you've learned is mostly wrong. And then so it becomes my job. And isn't that true spiritually speaking though too? You know, when we're raised in the world, we're taught all these things about how you're supposed to live and what's important and what's not important and everything like that. And then you find a Bible and you get introduced to the truth and everything and you realize that, well, I need to unlearn just about everything I learned in life. And I will be 64 in a little over a month. And I can tell you that I'm still unlearning things and still learning new things in order to stay on the path with the Lamb. And so don't be afraid because you don't know. That's the best place to start because then, like I said, you don't have to unlearn a lot of things. Now, the material I have on my computer right now covers 32 hours of presentations. We're not going to be able to cover all of that, but we will cover the most important part of it, and we'll see how far we can get. I'll make adjustments as we go along. I do have a handout. We'll have to get printed out. And if anybody wants a copy of these slides, I can give you, if you can give me your email, I can send you a copy of these slides. So you have it. I don't know if they're recording this or not, but anyway, you'll have the.
I'm recording it, so if anyone needs a recording, I can.
Okay.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, sure. That's fine. The more people hear it, the better. How many of you ever watched a YouTube video on gardening? Many. There are thousands of them, aren't there? How many have you watched these videos and people are telling you different things? Yes. Well, I'm going to share. I always start out this way now because I've discovered that there are lots of ideas out there. And remember, I've been doing this a long time, and I've seen and heard just about everything. In my soil fertility work, consulting work, I work all over North America and other parts of the world, including Africa and Australia and parts of Asia and everything. And I've seen thousands of soils. And the one thing I can assure you of is there are none righteous. Not one. So don't feel bad about that either. Because what's true with us is also true with the soil. It's in trouble, it's broken, and it needs a different condition imparted to it. But what I've discovered is there's all kinds of ideas out there. And in spite of the fact that the Bible says to not compare ourselves among ourselves, we constantly listen to what other people say and think, oh, this worked great for me, and you ought to try it, and we try it, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, sometimes it's a disaster. I'll probably share a few stories as we go along here of the things that I've dealt with over time relative to it. But the problem here is people are starting with methods, with ideas. They're not starting with principles. How are things supposed to work? Does anybody really know? Do you know, I work in mainline agriculture too. And I can tell you that even in mainline agriculture, they don't know how things work. They follow a method. So we're gonna focus pretty heavily on principles. And with every one of these presentations now, well, let me just start off with this. Whoops. How many of this is your goal? Isn't that pretty? Somebody took a long time to put that all together and make it beautiful. Well, of course it is. You know, we're not going out to garden, although, you know, just for the exercise, but the exercise is great for you. I do a gardening class it's usually a afternoon class that I do for churches and everything like that. And I go through the mental benefits and the physical benefits and the spiritual benefits and the social benefits and everything to all these. Do you know that there's a bacteria in the soil that makes you is an antidepressant? And just getting it on your hands, just working in that dirt, actually helps you to calm your mind. Anyway, we could go through a whole bunch of those different things. We're not gonna do that. But this is our goal. Now, there should be more than this as a goal. When we get to the tail end of it, we'll get to that. But this is our goal. But to get here, you have to know a few things. And then you have to know how to apply those things under your circumstances. So I share this quote with everybody now to try to help them understand. And this is from Harrington Emerson. He's an industrial engineer, not even a gardener or a farmer or anything, from his book, The 20 Principles of Efficiency. As to methods, there may be a million and then some. Would you agree? If you've listened to any of the videos on YouTube or heard people talk and everything like that, there are methods galore out there. But principles are few. The person who grasps principles can successfully select his own methods. The person who tries methods ignoring principles is sure to have trouble. And after 34 years, actually I've spent my whole life in agriculture, but at 34 years as an active grower, produce grower, and specialty crop grower, I can tell you that you will have trouble. Even understanding the principles, you're going to have trouble. Why are you going to have trouble? Does anybody have an idea? We'll look at it in just a minute. Has something to do with the earth groaning under a curse. Okay, so we're going to get into it now. 12 billion acres of land worldwide are used for food production, half of all the habitable land on Earth. More or less 1/3 is used to grow crops directly, and more or less 2/3 is used grazing livestock. This to feed more or less 8 billion people. And I'm going to ask you this question. What is the trajectory of human health? It's getting worse, isn't it? The reason I'm sharing this is because you can go out, you can prepare your ground, you can plant your seeds, and you'll see as we go on here, seeds want to germinate and grow. They want to grow. You don't have to force them to do it. If you give them the conditions to grow, they'll germinate and grow. And we're producing, I don't have the pounds here, it's a ridiculous number, but we're producing all of this food, and yet people are getting sicker. Do you see a problem with that? The reason for that is simply because the soil is only functioning at a very low level. And the food most of you are accustomed to, now the people in this room might be accustomed to a little bit better food than what most people are, but the food that most people are accustomed to is very poor. And let's say that the average person, they decide they're going to grow their own food, which is a great step to take control of that yourself. You'll find out that the soil that you have to grow food in will be one of your greatest assets on this earth if you treat it properly. But you go out, you plant it, you grow your produce and everything. Now you may have issues. Has anybody who's gardened already had issues with bugs, diseases, weeds? We're going to talk about all those too. But you harvest your crop, tastes a lot better than it did in the store, right? General? And it is a lot better for you because it's fresh. That's the first thing. And hopefully you didn't have to use a lot of chemicals on it, a lot of pesticides and herbicides and things like that in order to produce it. And so it hopefully is a lot cleaner for you. But do you know you're still, here's the bar down here, very low. By you taking that step to grow your own food on it, you raise the bar to about here. You know where God's standard is? Here. You know where you want to shoot for? Here. And so I'm sharing this because you can go and plant a garden. You don't have to listen to anything I say today. You can go and plant a garden, and odds are you're going to produce some food out of it. And most likely it's going to be better for you than the stuff you get out of the grocery store. But it's not food that provides medicine. It's not food that supports life. and preserves it. It's food that just gets you along. And that's why we see that most of the food that's being grown, the vast majority of people, in fact, virtually nobody has access to energy-rich, nutrient-dense food that actually provides nourishment rather than just stimulation. So let's keep that in mind as we're going along. I want you to shoot for something way better than what most people accept. And that's where we're going to give you the principles for it to accomplish. And again, these things will help you get the right perspective about what you're doing so that when you approach it, you can approach it with the attitude of, I want something better. A recent survey of life on Earth measured in gigatons of carbon estimated that there are 550 gigatons of carbon-based life forms. A gigaton is 1 billion tons, so that's a lot of stuff. 450 gigatons of the 550 gigatons are in plants. So almost the vast majority of it are in plants. 93% of the remaining 100 gigatons are in microbes. 4 gigatons of protists or protozoa, 7 gigatons of archaea, which are a type of bacteria, 12 gigatons of fungi, and 70 gigatons of bacteria. And then there's small quantities of other microbes. Now these are not just in your soil. Did you know you have about 10 trillion human cells in your body? How many bacterial cells do you have in your body? Anybody have a guess? About 100 trillion. So in other words, you're about 10 times bacteria and only 10, less than 10% human. Now, you actually have to have those organisms in your body to survive. If you didn't have them in your body, you wouldn't survive. Now, I'm just using bacterial cells as an illustration. But without them, you wouldn't survive. Okay, of the last 7%, and we'll talk more about that as we go along, of the last 7%, humans comprise 0.01% of the biomass on Earth. Does that make you feel very significant? I'm going to ask a question. Are you in competition with that, or are you to cooperate with it? The world says we're in competition with it. We have to fight it. Am I right? It's, evolution. And we're in competition. The bacteria are trying to take over, the fungi are trying to take over, the bugs are trying to take over, and we have to fight all this to survive ourselves. And remember, we're 0.01% of that little bit of the total. So we're not a whole, a lot of significance in the scheme of things. The Bible says we're to cooperate with that. Then God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the heavens, and over the livestock, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth. So God gave us dominion over this, didn't he? Now, quite often, what we consider dominion, we neglect to leave out a vast majority of what we were actually given dominion over. And it's cost us in our health in all ways. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Here's your soil model right here. Let me ask you a question. Now, most of you probably don't follow sports. I don't follow sports anymore, but occasionally I see something. When I was younger, I was infatuated with it, but LeBron James, who is a famous basketball player, he has this ritual that he does where he throws this dust in the air. I don't even know what it's for. I just happened to see it in passing one time on the TV. I don't even know what it's for, but he has this ritual. He throws this dust up into the air. Do you think that's what God did? Just threw some dust into the air and however it fell out? That's what we were? Do you think it was a little more deliberate than that? When God told Noah to build an ark, did he give him a catalog of boats and say, Noah, pick something you like? No, he didn't. Same thing with the sanctuary. What did he tell Moses? He didn't give him a thing of house plans and say, pick one that you think will work best. What did he tell Moses? He said, follow the plan. build it exactly as I tell you to build it. Well, the reality is God designed man exactly how he intended him to be. But he was formed from the dust of the earth, right? What he was given dominion over. We were given dominion over what we are made of. Now, of course, we gained our life from the breath breathed into our nostrils by God himself, and we became a living being. Well, this is actually the ideal soil model, and we're going to get to that in just a few minutes here. We have to build our way to that. But this is the ideal soil. We need to understand, what is that dust all about? And how does that breath get into the nostrils? We're going to look at it. The modeling that I used, the man who developed it, Dr. William Albrecht, who developed it nearly 100 years ago, and like most things that are true and correct, it was rejected by the world and suppressed and oppressed and opposed and distorted and deformed and everything else you can imagine in the process. But one of the things he said was, study nature, not books. Now, he didn't mean never to read any books, never to learn from books. What he meant was, if you read a book and what you see in nature contradicts what that book says, who should you listen to? You should listen to nature. And so he said, you can do all kinds of things in the lab, but it don't work out in nature. He said, so we need to understand, we need to go to, and so the Bible says, speak to the earth and let it teach you. And so we're going to do that too. We want to go to the earth. We want to know, teach us. Ask God to teach you, and he will. Nature doesn't lie to us. And in fact, it's one of the reasons people give up gardening. Because things are really messed up. And as people, we have these ways of putting everything in boxes and keeping things nice and neat and looking very orderly and everything like that. But you go out and garden. People say to me, do I really need to do this and do I really need to do that? And I say no. I said, go out, dig the ground up, put some seeds in the ground, and see what happens. And you will find out how deformed things actually are. And we don't like that. We don't like that because we have to acknowledge our ignorance of reality. We have to acknowledge that maybe we're a lot more messed up than we really want to acknowledge in ways that we don't even know yet. But nature's not in rebellion against God. And so as a consequence, nature will always tell you the truth. And so what you see is what is real. And we're gonna get to that in a little bit as well. Okay. In Matthew 5:45 it says this, for he causes his sun to rise on the evil and the good and sends rain on the righteous and the unrighteous. What do you suppose that means? It means God doesn't withhold his blessings from anyone. He provides his blessings to us. And you'll see as we go along here, do you know that almost everything you need to produce food for yourself is free? Almost all of it. Now, man has interfered in some of these things and determined that they need to control them and things like that. And sometimes you have to pay for certain things. But you're going to discover that the vast majority, if not everything, that you need to prosper in growing your food, God's already provided. It's free. It's right out there to be taken advantage of. Why? When it says here, God causes his sun to rise on the evil and the good and sends rain on the righteous and the unrighteous, God is offering his blessing to humanity. He's not withholding it. He's not restraining it. He's not saying you're a bad boy or bad girl, so I'm not going to let you have what you need. No, that blessing is flowing. So why are we not receiving it? There are obstacles in the way. There are deformities in the way that are preventing us from actually receiving the blessings that God has for us in life. And our goal is to remove them. And it's not by removing them, it's by putting in place what is right. And what's right will actually take care of what's wrong. We'll see that as we go along as well, too. But just remember this. I hear people all the time, well, God's punishing me for this and God's punishing me for that. God doesn't punish people. you believe that? God lets us punish ourselves. He doesn't have to punish us because all he has to do is say, okay, you want it that way? You can have it that way. And the worst thing we could ever do is tell God to leave. The worst thing. Read the Bible, you'll see. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. More or less 80% of a plant is water. After the water is removed, 97%, more or less 97% is carbon, about 47% of that. Oxygen, about 43%. Hydrogen, about 4%. Now remember, there's hydrogen and oxygen in the water we took out too, but of the dry plant matter. And about 3% nitrogen. The vast majority of the plant is air and water. Air and water. How much air do you have outside? You know there's 30,000 tons of nitrogen above every acre of land? Nitrogen is one of the biggest problems in growing healthy crops. But there's 30,000 tons of nitrogen above every acre. The problem is the plant can't use it in that form. But you'll see that God has designed a way for that to be converted into the form that plants need in cooperation with the soil and the microbes in the soil. But what about that 3% that's left? Oh, let me back up to these others. So water, remember, is hydrogen and oxygen. But there's an abundance of water. Now it depends on where you live. If you're in Arizona, where they only get, a few inches of rainfall a year and you depend on groundwater, you have a little bit of a different story. And we're going to hopefully have opportunity to talk about water and the issues with water because it is a big deal. I correlate the air and the water, if you look at the Bible, to the Holy Spirit. Isn't it related as air and water all the time? Oil is another one, and we're going to talk about it as oil. But how much sunshine do you get every day? How much do you capture every day? Okay, but I just want you to remember this. We're going to look at that 3%, and people get themselves in trouble with this part, and they get themselves in trouble with that 3%, which is what I call earth elements, the minerals in the soil. If you built a house, well, let's keep going here. I'll talk about that in a second. Okay, so here's the formula right here in this picture. We depend on plants. Why do we depend on plants? Okay, I'm hearing a lot of things. Nutrients, energy, oxygen. Okay, the big thing that we depend on is oxygen. The next big thing we depend on is energy. Where do we get our energy from? Did you guys eat this morning? Why? Just for the pleasure of eating? Why'd you eat? To live. Why do you need to eat to live? You need energy. You need other nutrients, right? You need water, of course, things like that. We depend on plants to provide for us, to provide energy, to provide nutrition to us, and to provide oxygen. And without plants doing that, life would be over in a hurry. Now, you look back at that 450 of the 550 gigatons, you're thankful that that's much as plants because plants are actually generating all that oxygen. They're capturing energy. Now, the big question here is, how much energy are they capturing? Remember, we read that verse where the sun shines on the good and the evil, and the rain falls on the just and the unjust, the righteous and the unrighteous, and everything. How much of that energy is the plant actually capturing? You think it's all that's available? Let's look at one. We're going to look at it later on if we get to it. One of the more studied crops because so much is grown is corn. Do you know that corn is only photosynthesizing at about, in other words, it's only capturing about 15 to 20% of the amount of energy that it could? 15 to 20%. Remember I talked about that bar? Now, we'll look at that later on when we get to it. If you could just double it, that would only be 30 to 40%. But if you could just double it, the dramatic changes that happen in the growing system as a result of that. and the amount of energy that's put in. It's all about the energy. The more energy that can be put into the system, the more abundant things can be. And it's just like the analogy is, the more that we receive the Son of Righteousness, the more life we actually get. Do you believe that? The question is, how much of the Son of Righteousness are we actually capturing? And how much is it shining on us and we're not capturing it? We're not benefiting from it on there. But anyway, this is the process here. We depend on the plants for oxygen, for energy. And of course, you see, if you look on this diagram here, the plants take in carbon dioxide. And we'll talk about carbon dioxide later and all the big hullabaloo that's going on with carbon and everything like that. If they follow through on what they're trying to do with carbon, they will kill life on this earth. Because carbon, CO2 in the air is nowhere near the level it needs to be. Commercial greenhouses actually, the atmosphere is about ambient, 400, I'll just round it at 400 parts per million CO2. Commercial greenhouses raise it to 1,000 to 1,200. And the growth on the plants is phenomenal compared to what it is only 400. At 250 parts per million, life starts dying. Plants start dying at just 250. We got really close to it a while ago on that. Okay, so we depend on the oxygen, we depend on the energy. That's the little arrow coming out from this that says sugar. And believe it or not, sugar is not bad for you. Now don't go out here saying, hey, he said sugar's not bad for you, so I can eat all the sugar I want. We're going to talk about what I'm talking about when I talk about sugar. The most nutrient-dense foods have the highest sugar level in them. Do you know that? The most nutrient-dense, I'll just share it now, because sometimes I have so many things that pop into my mind when I'm doing these presentations. The most nutrient-dense foods, well, let me ask you this question. If I said salt, fat, and sugar, what would you think? Good, bad? Bad? Junk food, right? Salt, fat, and sugar. Well, the most nutrient-dense foods have the highest sugar content, they have the highest fat content, and they have the highest salt content. When I'm talking about salts, I'm not talking about just sodium chloride. The food industry has discovered that what attracts us to food is salt, fat, and sugar. And so they can take foods, process them. They're basically garbage as far as nutrition goes, but they can enhance the salt, fat, and sugar in it, depending on what the food is. If it's a sweet, they can enhance the sugar. If it's a chip, they can enhance the salts or the fats, and on and on. Talking about that. But what you wind up with is stimulation, not nourishment. But the most nutrient-dense foods have the highest levels of those things. They just have all the other things that are supposed to go with it. All the other organic compounds and the minerals and vitamins that are supposed to be with it that gives you life. But most of the food that's produced today has a lot of that removed from it, if it ever had it in the first place. Okay, so you need water in order for this process to happen, and you need minerals. So I just put this picture in here to help you see. This is the process you need to maximize. You need to optimize this process here. Of course, there's a lot of unknowns about this. Okay, what minerals? And how many of each mineral? How much water do I need? Remember I said that plants are 80% water? You think water's important? You and I are 80% water too, by the way. So water's really important on it. The minerals, like I said, which ones? How much of each ones? Now, this is what that process looks like of capturing solar energy. You take 6 carbon dioxide molecules, 6 water molecules, and through the photosynthetic process and being captured by pigments, primarily chlorophyll, which is what gives plants the green color. Have you ever seen leaves turn orange or yellow or red in the fall? Those are other pigments that are actually there too. The green is just masking them. And it's actually the reflected light of green that you're seeing there. But all these other pigments are there too, capturing other wavelengths of light. And as a result, you get glucose, sugar, which is C6H12O6, and 6 atoms or molecules of oxygen on it. And then we take that sugar Now you're going to see it's not just sugar. The plants actually build it into carbohydrates and fats and other things. It doesn't all just stay as sugar. And we do what's called, and the plant does too. The plant has to have this energy as well, not just us. The plant takes this energy through cellular respiration, and it gives off carbon dioxide and water, just like we do when we burn energy. And we get energy out of it, which is carried by adenosine triphosphate, ATP. And there's some heat given off, some waste energy, waste heat that winds up in that process. But we gain the energy, we use the energy. And so this process has to continue, right? We need to acquire the wealth, and then we consume the wealth. And you know that food is the largest body of wealth in the world? Food. But we consume it every single day. I don't remember, I didn't put it in here, but there's hundreds of millions of pounds of food consumed every day. There's also, about 43% of all the food produced is lost or wasted on this planet, which is unfortunate. But anyways, keeping this process going efficiently, capturing the energy and being able to utilize the energy. Now, how many of you have a wood fireplace? Burn wood for heat? Some of you? Okay. What's that wood made of? It's made of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. And there's other components in there too. There's other minerals in there too, a small percentage of other minerals. But what do we do with wood besides burn it for heat? Do we build houses with it? Okay, we make furniture with it. We do all kinds of things with this carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. But that's all it is. It's carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen with a few minerals put in different ways and everything. But we build with it, and we heat with it. It's energy, right? Let's say you want to build a house, and you mill your own lumber. You have woods on your property. You mill your own lumber, and you start building your house. So you stand all the wood up, the 2x4s or 2x6s, and you build your walls, and of course, if you have your floor all made and everything like that, you build your walls and you stand them up. Are they going to stay together? No. If you put them all together and just stand them up, what's going to happen? They're all just going to fall over. So what do you need? You need some nails, some screws, some brackets, some braces. No, even if you build a timber home where you're using wooden pegs, you still have to have the machines and the tools and everything to make the wooden pegs. To shape the wood, to build the wooden pegs. That's where all that 3% of minerals comes in the whole process. But the vast majority, if you built that house, the vast majority of that house would be what? Wood, right? It would just be carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. But without those other components, your house is not going to stand up. And I'm just trying to give you some illustrations to help you see that even though the vast majority of this is just energy, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, it's just energy, either stored in a structural form, and then it's consumed for energy to do work on it. We need to maximize this process here. And so again, we need to see how do we make this work. Remember I said that through chlorophyll, the energy is captured. Well, what's chlorophyll made from? Well, we'll look at it in a little bit, but it's made up of magnesium, nitrogen, iron is required to build it, and the other pigments, the oranges and the reds, are actually made up of iron. And then the whole process of photosynthesis requires other minerals, like manganese, to do the water hydrolysis, and that's to split the water molecule so that it can be built into the sugars. Takes the water, splits it, and then it can be combined with the carbon dioxide to produce the sugars and everything. So what happens if you don't have manganese? You're not going to build the sugars, right? What if you don't have enough magnesium? You're not going to build enough chlorophyll. So if you don't have enough chlorophyll, then how much energy you're going to miss capturing? Not very much, everything. So you can see there's a process to all this to understand to make it work at its optimum level, which very little is happening. There's very little of this happening anywhere. And most people are content with the pharmaceutical company taking care of the problem, And we're going to look at that in a little bit too. Okay, so a growing system is a combination of soil and the external or environmental influences that act upon it. It's not just your soil that you have to worry about. You have to be aware of the environmental impacts that you have. So we're here in Alabama, for example. And so what are we getting right now? Rainfall. So they get a certain amount of rainfall. It's a pretty warm place in the summer. Any of you guys from here? It's a pretty warm place in the summertime, isn't it? Okay, these things all have an impact on what happens in your system, and we're going to look at that as we go forward as well. So, but you have these two facets. Now, the thing you have the most control over is the soil. What you do to the soil or don't do to the soil. That's what you have the most control over. Now, you heard him mentioning doing the tomatoes in the hoop house. There are things you can do to modify the weather, and we'll hopefully look at some of those, but just be aware of the fact that there are some things you can do. Some are more complex, some are fairly simple. Okay, some other things you need to know about your growing system. It's not a closed system. The Garden of Eden was a closed system. Everything that was there stayed there. But we no longer function in a closed system now. If you go to the grocery store and buy produce, did it originate with you? It originated somewhere else on somebody else's farm. It left that farm, right? They sold it to make their money and everything. And it left that farm. And so it's not coming back. It goes to you, you consume it, you eliminate whatever you don't use, and you grow with the rest of it. And that what you eliminate goes to either a septic system or public sewage treatment system and everything. The point being, it's not going back. And so if you're taking things away and you're not giving them back, you're going to eventually have a problem as a result of that. If you're taking things away and you don't give them back. Question?
This is not ideal, but we can make it ideal. So not a closed system is something that's negative that we're doing.
Well, yes. That's the reality of the world we live in today. Now there are people, the Chinese for 40 centuries, recycled all of their human waste back into their growing system. Didn't hurt anybody. But we live in a world today where there's a lot of things going into the waste system now that are very problematic. One of them is obviously pharmaceuticals. And another one is forever chemicals. Have anybody heard of the forever chemicals? I assume nobody in here drinks beer, but a big thing just came out. All the beer drinkers are upset now because they discovered that there's huge amounts of PFAS chemicals in the beer from the water that they're using to produce the beer and everything. But there are whole areas of farmland that have died. And there's lawsuits going on like crazy right now, and a lot of people don't know about that, where they've used treated waste as fertilizer on farms. And nobody considered the chemicals, the other chemicals that were in it, these forever chemicals, the pharmaceuticals and things that were in it. And these chemicals have accumulated to such a point in this farmland that the animals are dying, the land is dying, and they're not going to fix it anytime soon. They just shut 10,000 acres in South Carolina down. Just basically told the farmers, you can't produce anything on that land anymore. There's a big lawsuit in Texas right now, and it's all over the place. We're going to discover that God was right about everything from the very beginning. The problem is we wanted things convenient, we wanted things, comfortable, and things like that. Now, I will tell you that you can actually live a comfortable life. You'll be surprised how much better you feel and everything if you're in a simple lifestyle, producing your own food. As the Spirit of Prophecy says, you become kings and queens. Because you don't know, and I'll share some stories. Well, I'll share this story right here, real quick. There's an associate, well, I haven't been in contact with him for a long time, but another market grower out in California. And he grew heirloom, his primary crop was heirloom tomatoes. And when he took them to the market, I won't tell you the whole story, but when he took them to the market, and he would cut them and have samples. He grew like 50 different heirloom tomatoes. And it's hard to grow heirloom tomatoes on poor fertility. But you can grow great heirloom tomatoes on good fertility and everything. But, He started taking a video camera to the market because he said people were having conniptions. Now, I don't know how much people use that word anymore, so do most of you know what I mean by conniption? I mean, they were just having a fit. And, people just flipping out. Say, a nutrient-dense tomato, when you bite down on it, your salivary glands will cramp. The intensity of the flavor and the aroma is overwhelming. Most people are not used to this. We're just not used to it. And everything. So we started taking video pictures of these people just having conniptions, just trying these samples of these tomatoes. And there's a lot more to the story. They tried to throw him out of the market because they thought he was gouging, even though other growers were growing the same heirloom varieties, exact same varieties. He was selling his for $4 a pound. They were selling theirs for $1 a pound. He was selling out, and they were taking theirs home. And they tried to throw him out of the market for gouging. Well, they had the ability and the opportunity to buy from whoever they wanted to. And he said, I'm giving them $4 worth of tomato. And they weren't giving him $1 worth and everything. And one more story. They tried to throw him out. The problem is the mayor, this was quite a few years ago. San Francisco is a different place now. But the mayor, the whole city council were all his customers. And all these big corporations that are in headquarters in San Francisco, a whole host of these corporate CEOs and top management were his customers and everything. I just want to tell you this one story because it's relevant. One of these corporate CEOs said, I can't share the name because he said he wouldn't have permission to share this, but he told him at the market one time, he said, and this guy's name was Scott Crandall, he said, when he came there, he's looking at the table and he's just has this bewildered look on his face. And he says, Crandall, he said, you've ruined me. He said, do you know that I sit at my desk at work and almost all day long, in and out of my mind pops, which tomato am I going to have for supper? Do you think that you could influence somebody for good if you could influence them that way? Let me just share this now too. Food is a wide open venue for witnessing. It is a wide open venue. It's a neutral venue. It has no stigmas with it. Community is built around food. Everybody has to eat. And if you can give them something better, and you have to give them something better, if you're going to do things just like the world and go to a market and take things to them, your voice is no louder than anybody else's. But if you can do to people what he was doing to those people, and I'm just talking about tomatoes, and I have those same experiences. If we have time, I'll share some of them. You get their ears perked up. Because they'll kind of come back and say, wow, what do you do different than everybody else? And you get the opportunity to tell them. And you'd be surprised how much trust you'll gain with these people. And you'll be shocked by the things that they all of a sudden start sharing with you. They open their lives up to you because they believe that you have their interest, their best interest in mind. And like I said, the door just went wide open to share with them. And we're barely a drop in a bucket taking advantage of this opportunity. A drop in a bucket. And in the Western world where we are, where religion is becoming more and more stigmatized. Even with all the craziness going on now, even all of the interest people have in religion and everything, it's still a very difficult subject to broach with a lot of people. But just give them a tomato and let it do the work. Now, I could talk to you about social nourishment too, and I've got stories about that too. It doesn't matter how you enter in a person's life. What matters is you nourish them. You make a difference in their lives. You give them something better, and they'll want more of it. They'll want more of it. But we have to actually be bringing them something better. The problem is we want to do things like the world's doing them. We go chasing after the world and say, well, how are you doing it? And then we want to do it the way the world wants to do it. And then when we have the same results and we want people to listen to us about other things, well, why should I listen to you any more than I should listen to this guy over here or that gal over there? We don't have the voice that we would otherwise. And we also don't have the impact. Now remember I said, if you go from this down here and you go to here, people will be blown away. My wife always gives me an elbow because when customers would say to us, when we were just here, now we're way up here now, but when we were just here, customers would get the produce and they'd eat it and say, man, that's so good. And I said, yeah, and I'd say, yeah, it's getting there. My wife would elbow me and say, would you knock it off? And everything. But you don't have to get very far to really start making a difference with people. But when you get beyond that, beyond where everybody else is, you really start making an impact on people's lives. And I wish every one of our restaurants and every one of our schools and every one of our health centers was doing this, because you know when Jesus said you would do greater miracles than I did, I think it has to do, we would know more about who he is. We would know more about what he made, what he created. And we would be able to bring that to a condition more like God wanted it to be, and then offer it to people and watch miracles happen. Because to people, it's like, that's what it feels like to people on it. Okay, I got to keep moving here. All right, your growing system is continually revealing cause and effect relationships to you. It's wonderful to grow a garden for your own food, but it's also teaching you, if you'll listen. It's also giving you instruction. And so what it's telling you is, if this is happening, this is why. And so we're going to go into it a little bit more, but if these bugs are eating on your plants, this is why. They're not supposed to be. And in a healthy soil, they won't. This disease is here because of this. There's a relationship, a cause and effect relationship. You know, God says, I'm not mocked. What you sow, you're going to reap. And so there's a cause and effect relationship. And God doesn't insulate us from that. He wants us to learn from it so that we can do the next thing, the next slide we're going to talk about here. Continually striving to maintain stability at the highest functional level possible. So your nature is always trying to maintain the highest functioning level it can with stability. But remember I said that level is way down here now. It's way down here. And it's very fragile. We're going to look at that a little bit more too. We want to move that functional level way higher. Way higher. Sounds like we got a little bit more rain falling. And then the last thing here, it is waxing old and it's groaning under the curse. The reality is that we live on a planet with 8 billion other people, and you know, you can make all the right choices and you can do all the right things, but do you control all the influences in your life? No, it's not even close. Now we try, and we should, move ourselves into the country. Don't put yourself in the middle of chaos. Grow your own food so that you have better nourishment. Fill your mind with things that are nourishing, not destructive. And we can do all those things, but we can then get hit with something as a consequence of the pool of effects that are going on because of 8 billion people. And some of those effects are still having their impact 6,000 years later. You know what I'm talking about? 6,000 years later, they're still having their impacts. And so I'm sharing that with you just to say, don't blame God for that. That's a human problem. And our real objective here is to follow the Lamb wherever he goes. And don't worry about what all the fallout might be. And I'll share a verse when I close. I'll share a verse relative to that. Okay, so what we need to do in our growing and addressing our soil and in our lives is to foster life, not fight off death. What most people do is fight off death. And so in a gardening scenario, the bugs come, what do? You kill the bugs. The diseases come, you do. Or the weeds. You kill, I'm going to put it a different way. You kill the messenger. Did you ever read the Bible? How many times did they kill the messenger? This is what I'm talking about. We don't want to hear the message. Those bugs on your plants, those diseases on your plants, those weeds, and I brought a book here. There's 4 of them, different ones. I just brought a book here. It's called When Weeds Talk. And in this book, it goes through all kinds of different plants, and it tells you what the conditions are. It tells you what the conditions are that are giving that plant the advantage. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. So if you have weeds that are really giving you a fit, they just don't want to quit. It's because the conditions are there to give that plant the advantage. And believe it or not, that plant is actually trying to restore balance, restore stability to the system. And it has an upper hand on the food crops that you're trying to produce, and so it'll outcompete them all the time in an unbalanced and incomplete system. So, but the point being here is foster life, don't fight off death. You know what happens when you turn a light switch on in the room? What goes away? The darkness. Same thing is true. If you focus on fostering life, death will go away. Okay? And that's what God's trying to teach us, by the way. The Bible says, why would you die when you can live? So we need to focus on fostering life, not fighting off death. That was my alarm to take a break here. So are there any questions anybody has real quick? And then if you want to get up, stretch her out for 10 minutes here, we'll start back at 10:30.
I was writing when you mentioned, I think it was it particles per million, and you said it went up in a greenhouse to 1,000.
CO2. Well, I was talking about carbon dioxide.
Pardon me?
I was talking about carbon dioxide,
Okay.
and I was just illustrating that they're saying that the CO2 levels in the soil, in other words, CO2 needs to be cycling. It needs to be moving into the soil and out of it, but more of it needs to be staying in the soil. But they're saying it's too high. And what I'm saying is that commercial greenhouses actually inject carbon dioxide into the greenhouse, and they raise it to as much as 3 times the level, and they get much better growth. And relative to that, since I'm bringing it, is you know that if you look at NASA's satellite imagery, as the CO2 level is increased, the greening of the Earth is increased. Do you know that? There's a reason for that. CO2 is a feedback loop, and I can elaborate on it if you ask me when we come back. It's a buffer in the system. It's a necessary resource, but it's also a buffer in the system that actually will help. If the temperature starts rising, CO2 rises following it. It doesn't drive it. They're telling you it's driving it. It's not driving it, it's following it. And as the CO2 rises, it increases vegetative growth. Vegetative growth attracts moisture, and moisture can buffer temperature and stabilize temperature. It's a feedback buffer. And as man typically does, they're saying it needs to be the opposite. We need to push it down. And so everything that man does, it seems like, is destructive. Rather than being good stewards of what we're made of, we're destroying it all. So like I said, and we can talk about the buffers in nature. The reason that the weather is getting more erratic, the reason people are, you notice people are getting more erratic? Mental health is like exploding. The reason is because all the things that are supposed to buffer life are being destroyed. And so all the things that would keep stability and keep it at a high level are being destroyed. And as they're destroyed, things just become crazy. More and more chaos. And you just swing from one extreme to the other. If you guys want to go ahead and take a break, you can stand up and take a break. Did you have a question too?
Yeah, actually. So you were just saying that they're doing whatever they can to keep the carbon level down, but that actually works to temper the temperature. So as they're saying the carbon level is going to come down, they're also saying that it's warming. So is that?
Well, they're saying it's warming because the CO2 levels are going up. And so they're saying we need to push them down because they have it the opposite of what's actually happening. And so if they push it down, guess where the temperature is going to go? It's not going down. It's going up even more. And so extreme weather, let's talk about the extreme weather and everything like that. I'll talk about that whole process, why we're getting more erratic weather. Like rainfall, for example. A nice steady rain, isn't a nice steady rain good when you need the moisture and everything? But how about when you get 6 inches at one time? And just, 24 hours or less. What happens? Well, I can tell you what happens where I am, is that it all flash flood, it all runs off, it takes soil with it, erodes things, and what should be happening, I'll wait till everybody's back so they can hear it. I'll tell you a story about what happens when you actually get your soil so that water can actually penetrate it and infiltrate it. It can actually suck up that whole 6-8 inch rain and nothing run off. I'll tell you that. I'll say it. Just ask me when everybody gets back, and we'll.
So is there CO2 level that's ideal, or even one that's too high?
It's not high enough. Well, you can get anything too much. You can drink too much water, and it could kill you. So it's as the Bible says, "Thus far and no further." There are boundaries, and we need to understand what those boundaries are, what those limitations are. How do things relate to each other? Everything's a relationship, everything. And, having the right relationships going on gives you, much healthier conditions. Yeah, yeah. So, and I was just pointing out that, most of man's solutions make things worse because we're not submitting ourselves to the authority of God. We're not submitting ourselves. We're not going to the earth and letting it instruct us. We're telling the earth what it's going to be, how things are going to be. And that's bad in general. No. Believe it or not, I'm pretty much an introvert. Yeah. It's ironic because I'm married to an extrovert. Oh, that's not my book. You can go online and just look for it. If you want to come up here and look at it or get a picture of it, it's When Weeds Talk by J.L. McCammon. There are 3 other books written: Weeds When Control Without Poisons, Weeds Guardians of the Soil, and Weeds and What They Tell. There's 3 other books that are written on this subject. This knowledge is here already. It's been here for a long time, but it's being ignored. Some of it what? Yeah. The modeling that I use works. And I call it the whosoever model. And I won't have time to elaborate on the whole thing, but it doesn't matter where you are in the world. It doesn't matter what crop you're growing. It doesn't matter what soil you have. It applies. Well, what it should be, what ideal. Now, there are criteria depending on if it's a heavy soil or a light soil. There's some adjustments you have to make based on that and everything, but it doesn't matter. It works. And the same thing is true with, there's not 20 different models out there. It's just like, how many models do we have for ourselves? We have one, Jesus, right? Well, depends on what culture you live in society. In Rome they had, or if you go to Japan or India, or even in Rome, they had thousands of them, thousands of examples. People were torn from here to there and everything else, trying to satisfy all these crazy things. And that's why you go on YouTube and you listen to all this stuff, and it's all these ideas, but it's not based on sound soil science. It's not based on sound principles. And we're going to talk about some of these different things that come along, because people call me all the time. What do you think, when something new comes along, I have people call me and say, what do you think about this? And what does the devil do? He always adds, he provides, it's a distraction, but he always includes something that's true, right? Truth and error. But then he kind of obscures the fact, okay, the whole regenerative movement, has anybody heard of the regenerative agriculture? It's the latest thing. It's taken over agriculture and everything, but it's ignoring a fundamental aspect, and it will leave things worse than they were before, just like almost all of these different schools of thought wind up doing. Did you have a question? Yeah.
I have two questions. The system that you say you have, is it scalable to, I guess, large forms of market garden or just a small area?
It's scalable to 10 square feet or 10,000 acres.
Okay. And the other question was, I didn't get to ask it this morning. They were talking about the regenerative forms of agriculture and no-tilling. Maybe I'm getting hung up in the word, or I don't fully understand the depth of the word. I thought the Bible said to till.
We're going to go through these things. Soil health principles. Yeah, no-till is one of the big fashionable things too now. And we're going to talk about it. It's one of those principles. You want minimal disturbance, or another way of putting it is you want purposeful disturbance. If you don't need to disturb something because it's working well, why would you disturb it? So, but if it's not working well, it may need to be disturbed. It may need some intervention. And so this is what I'm talking about, though, is that with this, where these, you can never go wrong. But if you actually go and you talk to people that are doing this, you would be surprised how many problems. If you don't have the conditions in the soil for no-till, you're going to have all kinds of disease pressure and all kinds of problems. And the idea is that you can get the biology to structure that soil and help you out on that. And it can, but it's not going to replace chemistry. And the big thing that everybody wants to avoid is balanced chemistry. Complete and balanced chemistry is the way I call it. And I call that, I relate that to character. And I think it's one of the biggest ways that people feel accountable. I can't just do whatever I feel like here. There's an accountability, and we feel uncomfortable with accountability. God's character is God's character. Does the Bible say anything about us being able to modify that, how it makes it convenient for us, or the way we like it? I haven't found it anywhere and everything, but we're going to talk about more of this. But these ideas come, like I said, I've been doing this for 34 years, and all kinds of stuff has come and gone, and it gets found out after a while. I mean, some people just hang on to it anyway, and in some conditions it can work fairly well. But, things come and they go, and the bottom line is we want everything to happen easy. We want everything to be easy. The biggest thing we want to do, I live the parable of the sower, not only in my personal life, and the challenges of staying with it, persevering, and pursuing truth. But the biggest thing I've noticed is in the parable, it's the seed that falls in the shallow ground, and then the seed springs up, but then the sun comes out and it withers and dies. And if you look at Spirit of Prophecy comments about it, it's the people, they didn't count the cost. They didn't realize what was involved. And there's a big group of people. They want me to tell them what to do one time, fix everything, and they'll never have to do another thing. Is that realistic? If you eat today, does that mean you don't have to the rest of your life? But that's where a lot of people are. And when they realize, oh, this is something, you're going to have to commit to it just like your relationship with Christ. You will have to commit to this for the rest of your life. We'll talk about it if we get to that. I don't know what all we're going to be able to get covered, but soil has parent material just like you and I do. We have a mom and a dad and grandparents and aunts and uncles and everything. We're kind of like them, aren't we? We have adopted 4 kids. We have 8 children, 4 biological and 4 adopted. And I mean, our 4 biological kids, we can see ourselves, or somebody in the family, we can see in those kids. But our 4 adopted kids are very different. Different influences. And in this case, most of these kids we had when they were just babies. So they didn't have the opportunity for the environmental influences very much to impact them. This was all impact in utero while they were developing as a baby, the impact. And I could tell you stories about that. And the things that, the propensities and the inclinations they have, and some of these things are really powerful things. And if we're willing to admit it, you know, we all have them. We all have these inclinations of what we want to do. But soil is the same way. It has parent material. It wants to express what it is, and it's deformed. And so you have to impart a better condition to it. But in doing that, it won't stay there. You can't, it's not a one-time and you're done thing. It has to be continual. You have to continually impart that condition. If you don't, it will migrate back to what it was. It's like you and I. What happens if we stop praying, we stop studying the Bible, we stop having that relationship with Christ? You think you're going to stay where you are? Try it. You go back to what you were, because that's what we're made of. Actually, we need to get going here on our class. Do we have everybody back? Yeah. I'll,
So, if I could, again about the CO2 levels in the greenhouse, you said that because the commercial places are injecting CO2, charging the soil with CO2?
no, they're just injecting it into the air. Because the plants take it up. We'll look at this a little bit when we get to carbon fertility, but plants take it up through the stomata and the leaves. And CO2 is actually a little bit heavier. It's about 1.3 times heavier than air, than the ambient air. And so it's slow to work its way back up into the atmosphere and disperse into the air, which is a good thing. It's the way God designed it. So remember, the plants produce the sugar with CO2 and water. And now they're going to use oxygen to burn that sugar, that energy. And it gives off CO2 and water. Well, that CO2 works its way up out of the soil. A lot of it comes out through the roots. But it'll work its way up through the soil. But it's heavy, remember? So it'll slowly work up through the canopy. Well, plants grab it again and cycle it right back, produce sugar again at it with the water and the CO2. And it's just cycle it back around. The goal is to get, and we're going to talk about that, the goal is to get the CO2, the carbon levels, the energy levels in your soil up to a certain level. Because it's like a battery in a car. You have that backup reserve so that there's always a steady supply of energy. And if you get down too low in that, and all of a sudden, let's say you have a hot day, the plants shut down photosynthesizing, they need the energy. Hopefully they have reserves built up in their tissue. But if they don't, they can tap the soil, energy from the soil, and via the microbes, and help to maintain the energy function in the plant. And we'll talk about all these things a little bit more as we go along. Yeah.
Just a general question. What's this pertaining to like house plants? So what if you have like a plant that the leaf is, some of the leaves are yellow or changing something? What do you do as far as plants?
Okay, so the question was, what if you have a plant and the leaves are changing color, they're turning yellow? It depends on if they're young leaves or old leaves. Because some minerals are mobile, some minerals are not. The ones that are immobile are going to show up in the younger growth. The ones that are mobile are going to move away from the old leaves and move up to the new growth and everything. So it's telling you they're deficient in something. So if it's on the older leaves, it could be nitrogen, it could be potassium, it could be magnesium. If it's on the younger leaves, it could be iron, manganese, sulfur. Sulfur is generally the yellowing of the whole plant, or zinc. So I'm going to give you a chart. I need to print that out so everybody can have it. It's a diagnostic chart where you start, okay, where is it? New growth, old growth, and then different characteristics. I mean, it leads you to, and it'll lead you right to what the mineral is that's the problem on it. There's some also on the, you can get images that show it on a plant. They made the picture where it shows the different ones on it, but monocots and dicots. Monocots like grasses show it differently than dicots, with the regular leaves. They show things a little bit different, but it's always in the older or the younger growth on it. We'll talk about that a little bit, but I need to get a printout of that so everybody can have a copy of it. Okay. Yeah, just as long as we can get it to people before they. Let me just. Okay, we'll go to 11:30. Yeah, it's hard to cover all this material in the time frame that we have. So what I'm really trying to do here, and feel free to ask the questions though, and I allow God to help me to determine what I'm going to share, because if He puts something in my mind as I'm talking about it, I go ahead and share it, because if I don't share it, we might get to it later, we might not. So it usually is relevant to whatever the topic is that we're talking about, but hopefully we can get along on this. Like we were just talking about the carbon fertility in the soil. This is a big part of the regenerative thing too. Let me say it when we get to schools of thought on that. But you need to have a carbon to nitrogen ratio in the soil of 24:1. So 24 carbon to 1 nitrogen in the soil in order for things to work well there. We on the test that I use and the model that I use, you have to have at least 2.5% humus in the soil. At least 2.5%. If you're below 2.5%, the microbes in the soil are on a starvation diet. And you know how you feel. Have you ever been hungry? Where you weren't able to, you know what it's like when you're not hungry. Just try going hungry. Things just don't happen that would otherwise happen in the soil, and that's problematic on it. But hopefully we get to that when we get to carbon fertility. Okay, the next thing. This is also related to the regenerative movement now, but you can grow without fertilizers, but you can't grow without fertility. You know what I mean by that? The whole idea here is, and now this is driven by bad economics. This aspect of regenerative agriculture is driven by bad economics. In other words, we can't afford to do this, so let's come up with a model where we don't have to. So if you have fertility in the soil, why would you add more if it's not necessary? You don't need to. But if you don't have it, do you need to add it?
Yes.
Now, I'll save it for when I get to regenerative ag. I'll never get there. So you don't need to just apply something because somebody told you need to apply it. And this happens all the time. I spend more time helping people get themselves out of messes that they created by putting things on that they didn't need. So my goal here is how do I, you don't garden just for the sake of gardening. Some people do because they think that's something God told them to do. But they give it up pretty fast when they have to deal with all these problems. But people will put stuff on they didn't need. They spent time, they spent money, and they made it worse. Now they're going to have to spend time and money to get it back to where it was. And then once they get back to where it was, they need to get it where it needed to go and everything. I just strongly encourage you to don't do that. Do you have extra time? How about money? How about aggravation? You don't need any more aggravation and everything. So, knowing one, what do I need? You have to have some type of model, some type of example of what I need. And then you need to know, where am I? And that's the whole relationship with Christ, isn't it? Yes. He's what we need. We are what we are. And so the other thing that I pointed out to you is, don't compare yourselves among yourselves. So I've had people say, well, can't I just do what you're doing? And my answer to them is, if you agree with this one question, you've heard this before, if you agree with this one question, then I'll tell you what I'm doing. If you agree that in every particular, you and I are exactly the same, I'll tell you what I'm doing. And most of the time, egos will rise up and say, well, that's not true. Because, of course, they can't be as bad as me. So I said, well, I'm not telling you what you need to do, what I do, because it's not relevant. We come from where we are to where Christ is. You may be over here coming from a very different experience, and I'm over here coming from a very different experience. And so how we get there, it's relevant that we get there, but what we need to do to get there may be very different. And so, I can't just tell you some generalized, I have stories about this where I read the book, How to Grow More Vegetables on Less Space Than You Can Imagine, John Jeavons' book. Has anybody read that book? It's kind of gone out of favor. It was really popular back, 30 years ago. But in the book, he gives you general recommendations on fertility. And I met a guy at a farmer's market one time, and he asked, he was getting some produce, and he said, I grow strawberries. He said, but I got slugs all over my strawberries. You know why? I said, yeah, you got too much phosphorus. You got excessive phosphorus levels. He said, well, I was following John Jeavons' program. And I said, yeah, well, that was your problem. I was following his program. How did you know you needed phosphorus? He has these you add nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and some other things and everything. He didn't need it, and it was excessive. If you have slugs tearing stuff up, you probably have excessive phosphorus. And he said, I said, I can do a test and find out for you if you want. He said, yeah, I'll bring it next week to the farmer's market. I'll bring the soil sample to you. So we sent it in, got it back. Sure enough, he was excessive in phosphorus. Boy, I never saw a guy get so red in the face and mad. He said, I'm going to call him and tell him what I think. He needs to stop telling people to do this kind of stuff.
Would that be like the 5 virgins who told the other 5, we can't give you our oil?
Yeah. The parable of the 10 virgins is in the message is in the soil too. The lesson's in the soil too. Hopefully we'll get to it when we get to carbon fertility, hopefully. So my point is, you need to address you. You need to address your soil, not somebody else's soil. There could be similarities, when we listen to people's testimonies. Some people's testimonies we can really relate to, right? Because they may have been going through the same things we are. Other people, we listen to their testimony, and there's not a whole lot of it that we can relate to. And everything. Doesn't mean it's not valid. Doesn't mean it's not true. It just means we can't relate to it. And this is how we get ourselves in trouble with compost. Again, a carbon fertility thing. We'll have to go there even if I have to skip stuff now. Is we apply somebody else's testimony to our gardens to get things out of it. And this is another one of the regenerative things that's killing stuff. And we pile it on. And we do get benefits from it. But in the process, there's a little thing happening. Remember that 3% I talked about? That 3% of earth minerals? Something's happening there that's kind of being obscured. And we'll talk about it when we get there. But the Bible says we overcame by the blood of the Lamb and whose testimony? Our testimony. Not somebody else's testimony, our testimony. And we're going to talk about that when we get to carbon fertility too, hopefully. So you can grow without fertilizers, but you can't grow without fertility. So if you need fertility, you need to figure out what fertility am I lacking? Or in some cases, what do I have too much of? Because we're all, I run into every condition you can imagine. And usually if there's too much of something, there's not enough of something else. And usually by addressing what there's not enough of, will help address what there's too much of and everything. But you need to know those things. And we'll talk about soil testing is the best way to do that. And there's a very specific way to do it. I have people that say, do I have to do that? No, you don't have to do that. There are ways of observing conditions, observing the plants. It was sister brought up about yellowing leaves on the plants. It's telling you something. Remember I was talking about the messengers telling you things about what's going on. We're going to cover some of that stuff to help you to understand what's going on. You're not going to get it all today. I've been doing this for 36 years. 36 years, and who shared it? Was it, I don't remember who shared it this morning, but I feel like a little child still. Because everything, the more I learn, the more I realize, for every one thing I get an answer to, 10 more things crop up. Well, if that's true, what about this, and this? And here I am, starting all over again, and everything. So you'll spend eternity. I'm just talking about soil. We start talking about the whole picture, But the reality is, you'll never stop learning, and you're not going to get everything I say today. Don't worry about that, and don't wait until you have everything. Start. Just get going. Start listening to the messengers, and then start asking questions. I'll have growers, and I'll give them a recommendation. They'll do it, and they'll never call me back. And they'll have problems during the season. And if they would have just called me and said, hey, this has happened, and what's going on? I can generally look at their soil tests, and I can ask them a few questions about what's going on with the weather and everything like that. And we can identify what's going on. And we can find a solution, a safe solution, like if there's not enough energy in the system, you can add molasses. Or even just powdered sugar to it. There's conditions that will have it, and that's just one illustration. Some people get upset when I say powdered sugar. That's junk food. It's energy. And if that's what's missing in the system, and you have the other components, you just not. Now there's most likely there's something in the system that's not allowing it to produce enough energy. And so it's not just a lack of energy in there. It's a lack of energy because there's not the ability to produce enough energy. And so you can usually tell what that is too, and sometimes you can enhance it. What I'm talking about is dealing with things on a short-term basis while you're actually dealing with things on a long-term basis to solve the problems on it. Okay, this is another big one. It's not about the presence of the germ or the disease or the organism. It's the terrain. Now, what do I mean by this? How many of you know who developed the germ theory? Louis Pasteur. Remember that in your classes? He came up with the germ theory. He developed penicillin. Do you know almost all the things that men created they found in nature? The only problem is that all the most sophisticated antennas are all on insects. They were all discovered on insects. We'll talk about some things like, anybody heard of aspirin? Yes. You know salicylic acid is a modulator of the induced systemic resistance pathway? Salicylic acid. They researched with trying to control it themselves, and they wound up killing plants more than they did anything beneficial. But nature knows how to do it. It uses salicylic acid. It uses caffeine and nicotine. You know those alkaloids as plant secondary metabolites, which we'll talk about too, to fend off herbivore predation. Now, it does that in ways, if it can do it, and this is an energy issue again, and we'll get to that on this as well, on it. But contemporary to Dr. Pasteur was another researcher, Antoine Béchamp. He was also French, and he contended it wasn't the presence of the germ. Now, Pasteur said it was the presence of the germ. Now, germs, there are pathogens in nature. They're there not because God put them there, but because we created hostile conditions in nature. And so what do people typically do if they can't shelter and feed themselves? They become hostile, don't they? Yeah, to get what they need. They resort to alternative means to provide for it. Now, this is not completely true in nature. What's happening in nature is the signaling that's going on is telling you this plant is dying. And so this organism is going after removing that plant from the situation and everything. But you can also create hostility by depriving an organism of its food source. And a lot of that food source comes from the energy generated by plants. The microbes in the soil get all of their energy from the plant. And if that plant is not producing enough energy, it's going to back off, and it's going to preserve a lot of that energy in itself, and it's not going to give it away. Do you know that a healthy plant will give away up to 70% of all the energy it collects produces, give it away. The natural system in God's way is very giving. It's a mutualistic system where it's a giving system where everybody's cooperating. I probably won't get to it. There's a book written called Finding the Mother, and it's about trees. It's about finding the mother tree. And they did, I'll just share it here because I think these stories are relevant. They pop into my mind. I need to share it. And what they did is they put radioactive phosphorus into the mother tree, what they believed was to be the mother, that happened to be a pine tree, the mother pine tree, and they wanted to see where that phosphorus would go. If it would go to daughter trees that had germinated from seeds from the pine cones of that tree in the area. They wanted to see, so they traced it. The radioactive phosphorus went down the roots of the tree into the mycorrhizal network. And you heard Luke talk about the mycorrhizal network a little bit this morning. Into the mycorrhizal network, and it was transferred to another tree of a different species. You know what that tree did with it? Did it keep it? It passed it along, back down into the mycorrhizal network to another tree that was not a daughter tree. And what did that tree do with it? Passed it along to the daughter tree, and the daughter tree used it. And what does that tell you about the system, the natural system? It's a community system. It's a sharing system. It's a giving system. It's not, as evolution tells you, a blood and tooth system, a hostile system. There's a lot of what looks like hostility in it because we've stewarded in a lot of hostility. We've created a lot of deformity, and as a result, you have a lot of what looks like hostility. But a lot of it is just simply the organism trying to reset everything, bring things back into. So there's, like I said, this knowledge is out there. A lot of it's been out there for a long, long time. But the powers that be do not want you to hear it. You would not believe the things I have to go through to try to do these things. Because Satan does not want you to hear the truth. I'm sure you have your own stories about things you've had to deal with, when you pursue the truth. You know you're pursuing the truth. Now, don't get it all flipped around, but you know you're pursuing the truth when everything, it's like everything comes out of the woodwork. Every obstacle you can imagine starts getting thrown in your path and making it difficult and challenging, and then you hear these little voices, oh, God's punishing me. No, it's Satan trying to stop you from following that lamb where he's going on it. Anyway, so let's get back to this. So it's the conditions that determine whether or not there is a pathogenic response or not. It's not the presence of the pathogen. And the organism is only we only call it a pathogen, by the way, when it's actually doing some harm that we don't want it to do. Believe it or not, some of these organisms, if they're fed by the plant, if the plant's producing enough energy and that energy is being dumped into the soil and it's feeding those organisms, they actually become beneficial to the plant.
The same ones that would harm the plant?
Yes, same ones that would harm the plant. But we only look at it the one way because we're not used to looking at a healthy system. How much of a healthy system do you see around you in anything? That's what I was saying when you're talking about the bar being so low. We don't even know what it looks like to have a real healthy environment around us. We need to be striving for that, and we can get a lot further along than we are, a lot further along, but you'll have to fight your way there. God will hold your hand to pull you through it, but you'll have to fight. You'll be given 1,000 reasons why to quit. 1,000 reasons. So I'll tell you a story. 2 blackberry growers, father and a son, one in one field, one in the other field. And this happens to be with fusarium, which is soil-borne fungal disease. The one did everything they needed to address fertility and stuff, and the other just never got to what they needed to do. The fusarium count in both soils was exactly the same. In other words, the populations were exactly the same. But in the one field where the fertility was addressed, the plants didn't get fusarium, were never attacked by the fusarium. In the other field where things didn't get done, those plants were attacked by fusarium and damaged. And there was crop loss as a result of it. But the fusarium was in the same populations in both soils. Why did it do damage in one and not do damage in the other? So our goal here is to strengthen the host. So this was relevant to you and I. You know, it's that whole fighting off death rather than fostering life thing again. We need to do things to foster our health, to foster our lives, rather than doing all these things to fight off all of these potential harms and everything. And this is what pharmaceuticals do for us, what traditional medicine, and I'm not bashing traditional medicine. My wife is a neonatal intensive care nurse, and I have a family that's a lot of family in the healthcare profession. But they only buy you time. Most people don't understand that. There's only 4 interventions that I know of. The time-buying interventions, which is typically what we utilize, we take advantage of, which would be pharmaceuticals and surgery and these type of things. But they only buy you time. There are cleansing interventions, where we can clean things up. We can clean our minds up. But does anybody remember the parable of the woman who had the demon cast out? What happened to her? Cleaned the house all up and everything, but what happened? 7 more demons came and filled, and she was even in a worse condition. You can clean things up, but if you don't put anything good in there, you just wind up creating, you just opened the door by cleaning it all up. You removed all the competition. And so the problem just comes back manyfold on it. But cleansing interventions are important, but and by themselves, they are not enough. And then there's a nourishing intervention, and that's proper nourishment. And proper nourishment is what we ultimately need to get to. And I'm not just talking about physical nourishment. I'm talking about social nourishment, emotional and mental nourishment, spiritual nourishment ultimately. We need to be properly nourished. And the 4th intervention is divine intervention. I'll take it whenever I can get it. I think God probably intervenes in ways we can't even imagine. But he's not a sugar daddy. Let me just say that. A lot of times we think, why is God doing this for them and he's not doing it for me? That's just a totally irrelevant question. Remember the verse I shared about the sun shining on the good and the evil and the rain falling on the righteous and the unrighteous? God's not withholding anything. If you're not receiving it, it's because you've put a barrier between you and him. You've put an obstacle to receiving those blessings. And those obstacles need to be removed so that we can receive it. But it's important to understand this because a lot of times we think it's like when we talk about our health, we have this genetic disposition. You may have a genetic disposition to it, but we resign ourselves a lot. Well, this is just genetic and it's just this and I can't do anything about it. No, that's not the case at all. There's a lot, even if, most things are epigenetic, they're not genetic, and if you may not know what I mean, but different. Epigenetics is where the genetics have been influenced heavily one way or another. So that you come out with a propensity, what we call a propensity or an inclination towards something. But it doesn't mean that your genetics were altered. It means that your propensity towards certain behavior has been enhanced. And so it's like, how easy is it to drive down? I live on a road where you can barely get 2 cars beside each other going up and down that road. So you have to be really careful driving up and down that road because you never know what you're going to come up on. And we live in an Amish community, so it might be a mom and her little kids with a baby buggy walking down the side of that road. It could be, a tractor coming, barreling down the road, taking up the whole road and everything. As opposed to you're on a 6th, now you wouldn't do this in Atlanta because going through Atlanta, it doesn't matter how many lanes there are. It's not all these cities. It doesn't matter how many lanes there are. It's like they're backed up all the time. But I mean, if you have this big, wide 6-lane road, you have 3, 4 lanes to drive. Way easier, isn't it? So you're going to be more inclined to go where that easy road is than it is where the hard one is. And that's what I'm talking about. You're creating this propensity towards something. It's like if you lay 100 neural pathways down for certain type of behavior, as opposed to another one that you only have 1 neural pathway, where's the easier road? It's through 100. You got 100 pathways to get there on this one, and only 1 here. You're more likely to go on that one. And so, anyway, So it's important to understand that it's not the presence of an organism. It's not even the presence of an issue around you. It's a matter of it's what's the condition of the host. And we want to strengthen the host, and that weakens the pathogen. And what I mean by weakening the pathogen is simply, it changes its behavior. I mean, it goes, by strengthening the host, you now become a beneficial influence in that environment. And that beneficial influence actually benefits those things that were once you considered hostile towards you. You know, God's way is amazing, sometimes fascinating. I blow my own mind sometimes when I say with some of the things I say. But it's, just his sheer presence can turn people who were enemies into friends and everything. So this is important to keep in mind, that it's not the presence of the issue, not the presence of the problem, it's the condition of the host. And if the host is strengthened, the condition usually is taken care of and is no longer an issue. Okay, this one, I put in a little bit bigger words. Feed the soil and let the soil feed the crop. Most of agriculture feeds the crop and avoids the soil and just deals with all of the fallout of never addressing the soil. And what I'm saying with this is address your character, and the character will bear the fruit. And we do this all the time too. We've tried to force the production of fruit. We try to make it. My wife was just in a Zoom call for her 35th, anniversary of her academy graduation and everything, and it was funny. All the people are coming on and telling about all the things they're doing with the church and all the offices they hold, and how it sounded like their life was just wonderful. Nothing's going wrong. Everything is wonderful. I'm ticking all the boxes. And then this one other guy came on and he said, yeah, he said, I just got a divorce and my daughter's into drugs. And he said, I'm just beside myself, just praying for help with all this stuff. And the whole place went silent. We can't deal with it. But he was being real with what the condition of his what the condition of his life was. And a lot of times we avoid, being honest with it. I've had more failures than successes. I can promise you I know 10 times more than you do. But I may have had 10 times more failures than you had on it. Because there's so much that can happen. There's so much. I was doing an experiment trying to rebuild degraded clays in order to build capacity, reestablish capacity in the soil. And then I was following what I believed, based on research and everything, would do that. But in the process, as I was having to follow up soil tests and things like that, somehow or another, I got blinded to one factor. And I thought that my exchange capacity went from 8 to 15, more than double. Wouldn't you be excited? We haven't talked about that yet. Hopefully we will. But it doubled. And I'm thinking, wow. But then I was having problems with my plants. And then I started thinking, something's not right with this. And so I all of a sudden realized, I looked at my sulfur levels and you should never have excess sulfur in your soil. It leaches out. You need to be applying it. We'll talk about it. It's probably one of the things contributing the most to allergies and autoimmune diseases is the lack of sulfur in food, sulfur compounds, lack of sulfur in food compounds. And you want to hear something bizarre? Remember how they said sulfur rain, acid rain from sulfur dioxide being in the air coming from fuels and coal-fired power plants and all that. So they took it all out. You know what they're talking about doing now? Putting sulfur dioxide up in the atmosphere to block out the sun. But they're too cheap, so they don't want to build specific equipment to get it up into 65,000 feet up into the atmosphere. So they want to use an existing aircraft and only go up to 42,000. Guess where that sulfur dioxide is going to end up? It's going to end up back on. This is human thinking. One minute we're taking it out. Next minute we're going to put it back. We need sulfur. We don't need it that way. This is again an illustration of how man just does these bizarre things, to try to solve problems. The idea is to block sunlight. They've already used other things like aluminum, micronized aluminum, and barium, and strontium, and a few others up into the atmosphere. It's all those things they call chemtrails. They've been spraying that, trying to block the sunlight. And guess where it's coming? Falling. It's all falling back into the soil, and it's measurable. You can measure it in some areas where they've been doing it, the heaviest stuff, and it's elevating the pH of the soils and causing all kinds of problems. Anyway, but back to this. We want to focus on the soil. If we fix the soil, I don't care what crop you're growing. Now remember, a growing system has two components, the soil, and it has the environmental influences, the weather impacts and those types of things. But I don't care what crop you're growing, if you fix the soil, it'll take care of that crop. So if you ever read a gardening book and, well, asparagus needs a pH of 7, and this needs a pH of 4 or 5, and this needs this, and this needs that, and you're trying to grow 30 different vegetables in your garden, are you pulling your hair out? How do I get this like this and this like that and everything? You don't need to. A healthy, balanced soil, what happens, and we'll get to some of this, what happens in a healthy, balanced soil is the plant and the microbes in the soil shift things. So if it needs it, it shifts the conditions to favor what it needs more. So what you want to put it in is a balance point, so that it's the easiest for the plant to move it wherever it needs to move it to. We're going to look at that here, hopefully, this morning. Okay, so but we want to focus on the soil and let the soil take care of the crop. Let the fruit be born because the soil made it possible. We can force fruit bearing. I mean, we've all gone to the grocery store and picked up a beautiful tomato and took it home, and it tasted like cardboard and was watery or mealy or whatever, but it looked great on the outside, didn't it? That's not the kind of fruit God wants. God would much prefer a tomato with a little bit of scarring on it or whatever, but it was nourishing, than he would the thing that looks perfect but has no life in it for us. So we need to focus on our character. We need to focus on the soil itself, and then let the soil take care of the crop, and it will. Okay, just wanted to put this in there. Seeds want to germinate and grow. You don't have to make them. You just have to give them the conditions to do it. Now, seeds will germinate, and they'll start to grow. And what happens, seeds have a little package of nutrition in them. They also hopefully have, unfortunately, there's a reason a lot of the seeds supply anymore is not very viable. They're supposed to have a little biological package in them too. In other words, the microbes that are most essential for that particular plant, they're supposed to have that little package in there too. And a lot of them don't anymore because of the way the seed is being produced. Everything. The mineral package is pretty poor in a lot of them too. But what happens is, and I should have put the slide, I should have moved it all the way up here, I didn't, but that's okay, we'll get to it. What happens once the seed germinates and it uses up the nutrient package that's in the seed itself? What does it have to depend on? Yeah, the soil. It now has to transition into depending on the fertility being able to come from the soil. Has to establish that relationship. So what happens if there's not adequate nutrition there for that seed to grow? Or what happens if the soil is so hard the seed can't put roots down in it? I'll tell you another story. Remember I was saying I read that book by John Jevons, How to Grow More Vegetables? I didn't tell you I read it, but it was back when I was trying to figure out which direction in agriculture I was going to go that God called me to. So I decided I was spending some summer with my sister, and I decided to try out the raised bed, the double digging of the soil. Has anybody heard of the double digging? Anyway, you dig the soil 2 feet deep. Basically, it's a process of digging it 2 feet deep, so it's nice and loose and everything like that, and you equal space everything. And so I wanted to try it out, so I went out there in the hot summer heat and did all that digging work and everything, and got one, it was like 2 foot by 10 foot or something like that, bed set up because I want to grow melons. I love growing melons. Does anybody else like melons? And so I did all that work, and I put my seeds in the ground, planted my melon seeds and everything. And I went back in. When I was going back in, I inspired my sister to plant stuff, and so she wanted to plant some flower seeds by her her back door there. So she was out there with a spoon just digging enough dirt loose to put the seeds in the ground and everything. I spent hours out there doing this bed, and she's at 5 minutes. She's got this little hole dug and seeds planted and all done and everything. Well, I went back. I'd go back out and check, and next day I went out. Of course, nothing's going to be germinated by then, but you get eager and everything. So the next day I went out there and checked, and of course nothing was up yet. And I waited a couple days. I thought that's going to be 3-4 days before anything comes up anyway. And so 3 or 4 days went by, and I went out there, and nothing was up yet. But I noticed that there were little holes everywhere I had planted the seeds. And what had happened is some field mice came along and dug up all my seeds and ate them. And all my work, I replanted, and of course they did the same thing. So what I had to do was I had to buy some plants and transplant them in, so that they were going after the germ in the seeds and plant them in. But my sister, her flower seeds popped up and were growing, and everything else, and that's all she had done. Of course, it got to the point where they were having a little bit of a hard time after. But the seed, if it can't put roots down into the ground, remember I was talking about the parable of the sower with shallow soil, where it gets hot and things happen like they do in the weather and everything. There's lots of reasons why this seed, it'll germinate, it wants to germinate, it wants to grow. Nature has a mandate just like you and I do. What's our mandate? To be fruitful and multiply. And plants will do exactly that. They will put all of their effort into being fruitful and multiplying, to the extent that they will actually die in the process, trying to get there when there's not enough resources to do it. We'll talk about that a little bit too. I'll just tell you about it now. Does anybody grow tomatoes? Has anybody had blight on them? Had blight on the tomatoes? That's a potassium deficiency primarily. But what's happening is the plant grows vegetatively. The plant grows up and it grows the frame, the branch, the stem, the branches with the leaves and everything like that. And then eventually it gets to what puts a flowering branch on and it sets fruit. Well, now, it's now going into a reproductive phase as opposed to the vegetative phase. Now, with tomatoes, a lot of the time, you're in both phases at the same time. But what happens is if you don't have enough resources to maintain the plant and produce the fruit, guess where the plant's going to put the energy and the nutrition? It's going to put it into developing the fruit. And so what typically happens is people wind up getting blight, early blight particularly, but late blight's the same thing. Late blight develops once you move into that transition, and the plant starts pulling nutrients out of the plant itself because there's not enough, and energy out of the plant itself because there's not enough to develop the fruit. That's when you get hit with early blight. There's not enough energy, there's not enough nutrition in there to do both, to maintain the plant and reproduce the fruit. And you can spray and kill that it's Alternaria solani is the leaf-dwelling fungal organism that produces it. You can spray and kill it. You can spray it with a fungicide and kill it, and you probably get some tomatoes. But what the messenger was telling you was, you're running short here. This is not going to produce nourishing food. And you can kill it, and you probably pull enough energy out of the plant to get the tomatoes, but you're not getting nutrient-dense tomatoes. You're getting barely there tomatoes. And they're probably going to taste way better than they do in the grocery store still, but you're nowhere near what they need to be. Yeah.
So you said it's a potassium deficiency?
It's primarily a potassium deficiency, but it can also be just that deficiency can materialize because there's not enough energy to keep pulling it. Plants will try to build as much energy. We're going to talk about that when we talk about bricks. Plants will try to pull in and build as much energy reserves as they can before they go into the reproductive phase. Because once they go into the reproductive phase, all their focus is going to be on reproduction. And so if they haven't been able to build the reserves, if they haven't been able to develop the relationship with the microbes in the soil to help them out and everything before that process, most of the time they run into trouble. They run out of energy, they run out of minerals. And potassium is important to translocate the sugars and to develop the fruit out. Calcium is necessary to set the fruit, Potassium is going to fill it out on it. There's even boron's involved in that because it directs where the sugars are going to go, the starches, whatever it is that's going to go.
Is that when it starts doing that? Is that the point where you break off the first flour so that it can allow the energy to?
Okay, yeah, so she was saying, is that when you break off the first truss of flowers? I always encourage people to break the first truss of flowers because what does the plant immediately think, quote, think? Actually, there is some evidence that plants actually have the capacity to think. It's pretty fascinating. But what do you think the plant does when that truss of flowers is broken off? It thinks, we got to get to the next truss of flowers. We just lost our ability to bear fruit. So you'll see, I always encourage people to take the first truss off. People have a hard time doing it because they just want that first tomato. But I said, you are not going to lose that much time by taking that first one off. And you watch a tomato plant, you break that first truss off, and that plant will double in size by the time it gets to that next truss of flowers. And you just made it a lot stronger in the process of developing fruit on it. But yeah, it's responding to the fact that you removed its ability to reproduce, and by doing that, it says, we got to get down the road faster, we got to get ready. We're losing time here. And so it takes off. And you'll see the caliper of the stem will double, the size of the plant, everything will just, significantly increase. So, and you don't lose, believe it or not, you don't lose all the time you think you would lose by breaking that off. Because that plant wants to get fruit produced. And so it's going to race to get in there again. But you just produce a much healthier plant in doing that. So the seeds want to germinate and grow, but you got to create the conditions in the soil for them to actually prosper in that growth and purpose, which is to reproduce. And there's a lot of things that can prevent it from happening. Okay, I'm asking a question here. What is organic growth? What do you think is organic growth? No pesticides? Anybody else?
Does it on its own?
Okay, it does it on its own. Most people think it's what organic growers do, but that's not what this actually means. Organic growth is the growth that will occur without intervention. The growth that will occur at the highest level of stability without intervention. So kind of what you were saying, what it's going to do on its own. Nobody's helping it. Nobody's putting any fertilizers on. Nobody's doing anything on that. It's the highest level of growth. This is important you understand this too. Okay, so I'm going to ask some questions about these next pictures. Is that organic growth? Yeah, actually it is. There's not a whole lot growing there. This is the Kalahari Desert near the Orange River in the Western Cape of South Africa. This is organic growth. This is all the growth that can occur here. Now, can anybody guess why? Why do you think lack of what? Lack of water. Right. That would be the most obvious thing, right? Lack of moisture. And that it's kind of obvious if you look at that picture. Wow, it looks pretty dry. Probably lack of water. This is that same area. You see the valley I had a picture of is just behind this one. Is this organic growth? No. This is not organic growth. Somebody planted this. Somebody is attending to this. This is what it is. Seedless table grapes. This is Karsten Farms. They grow a lot of fruit in this part of South Africa. Most of it goes to Europe on it. But somebody's intervened here. What obvious thing have they done here? Besides put plant stuff there. Somebody's providing water. Yeah, they put a canal in to deliver a pipeline, actually I think it is, to deliver water from the Orange River over into this valley. So the biggest limiting factor there was water. So now, but this is not organic growth because now somebody is actually intervening and doing things to allow for growth to happen there. What about this picture? Is this organic growth? This is a trick question. Okay, well, it is because of the sheep, not because of they're being fed, but it's because that they can eat. This is a picture taken from the island of New Zealand. And if you know anything about the island of New Zealand, everybody thinks of pastures, green, beautiful green pastures and livestock and everything like that. What a lot of people don't know is that the islands of Australia and New Zealand are naturally just totally deficient in cobalt. Now, does anybody know why cobalt? Now, first let me say this. You only need about, in a 2 million pound plow layer of about 6 inches deep, you only need about 2 to 4 pounds of cobalt. But these islands were naturally deficient in it. Does anybody know why you need cobalt? Has anybody heard of B12? The center atom in B12 is cobalt. It's called cobalamin. It's called cobalamin because of the cobalt atom that's in the center of the vitamin. Cobalt is necessary for vitamin B12 to be produced. And almost all the microbes in the soil have to have B12 in order to function well. And the livestock has to have B12. And the reason this is not organic growth is because intervention occurred here and cobalt was applied to this soil. So that those sheep, if that cobalt was not there and these sheep were eating, they could eat there still, but they would die because of the lack of B12, because the rumen of the animals, and we have to, of course, have to have B12 as well, but in the rumen of animals, they have to have B12 as well for the microbes in their rumen to actually be able to provide nourishment to them. Now, I put these two contrasting pictures because this one, the other one was kind of obvious. Water was missing at least, no matter what else. In this picture, you never would have known. It's such a tiny thing, but it mattered. Life couldn't occur there without it, and it mattered, but you couldn't tell by just looking at that picture. Is that organic growth? No, it's not. Somebody planted a garden, right? If you planted a garden, you did something deliberately there, didn't you? What about that? No, somebody planted those apple trees. How about that? No. How about that? Even with the oxen in the picture, it's not organic growth? Some people think, well, they're using oxen and not tractors, so it must be. No, it's not either.
Because anything that you have to do something for is not organic. The organic is naturally.
Organic is just what's going to happen if nobody did anything. So you drive down the side of the road and you look at the trees and the grass and everything growing there. Nobody's doing anything. They're growing based on whatever the fertility and whatever the capacity of that soil is and the weather factors and everything. It's growing there. Nobody's really doing anything to help them along or hinder them and everything. But with time, what you'll discover is that, remember I said that nature will always maintain the highest functioning level it can with stability. What we see occurring is that functional level is dropping. Nature is having a hard time continuing to maintain the functional level. It continues to go down, down, down. And so you're seeing more problems happening within the natural world as a result of that, because it's deteriorating. It's not being properly stewarded, and as a result, it's deteriorating. And so this is the question I ask: intervention. Intervention is necessary, and for us to raise that functional level up and to provide the food sources and the nourishment that we need. So the question is, do we impose ourselves on that soil system, or do we impart things to it? Because a lot of people just exploit it. They extract from it. Rather than imparting to it a better condition, they find ways to impose on it and extract from it. And the problem is, we've seen this a lot within regenerative ag, where, and we'll talk about it more, but microbes in the soil, what is their job? Their job is to provide nutrition, to get nutrients out of the soil, to provide water to the plant, those things. So they're mining the soil, right? Now they do other things. They produce secondary metabolites, we'll talk about too, which are phytohormones and amino acids and fatty acids and stuff that make it more energy efficient for the plant. So they do other things, but they're getting nutrients out of the soil. And if they're taking it out and nothing's being put back, what's happening? You're depleting that soil. Now, people will say, well, there's 500 years of potassium in this soil. We could mine potassium out of the soil for 500 years. As a Christian steward, I ask the question, what about year 501? Has the earth been around more than 500 years? And do you think that that soil is going to just give it up all the way to that 500th year? What happens is the scarcer things get, the more energy is required to get them because there's more resistance to giving it up and everything. And so the system just gets harder and harder and harder to deal with and everything. So we need to look at, I'm just trying to share principles with you. When you're going to looking at methods, how you're going to approach growing your food and everything like that, what methods are you going to choose to approach this? And so what I'm saying is we need to look at it as stewards. We need to look at imparting the right conditions to our soil, knowing what's needed and actually addressing that and taking care of it. And we'll talk more about the advantages of regenerative ag, because there are advantages to it. But I just want people to be aware of what's actually being said to them and what's actually happening so that you can make a decision based on an intelligent assessment of what it is that you're being told is a good thing to do. So we'll pick up with this as we start off next. Is there an ideal or model soil? We're gonna look at that, and we're gonna start diving into a little bit heavier stuff here. So, all right, take a 10-minute break, and we'll pick it back up about 20 of. What time do we have to be done? So we have to be done by 12:45. Okay. Yeah, we'll be all right. We can go a little bit longer for this last one. Anybody have any questions?
You mentioned earlier that it was something you did and then it elevated by like 10% or something. It was more. It was the soil, but you did something additional and you were happy with the end results, but it shouldn't have been so high.
Oh, that was trying to raise the capacity of the soil. We're going to look at that in just a minute.
But did that occur because you didn't factor in what was already there and then you added?
Well, yeah, I never finished that story, did I?
Because
Sorry.
I thought of it like when you do soap, when you make soap, if you want to what's called rebatching, you have to take into consideration what you already made and then make adjustments to trying to make the new one.
Right.
Because what's already there is not going to be added again, or you shouldn't add it again.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I had mentioned the sulfur levels. I started talking about sulfur and I got wandered off on that. The sulfur levels were really high. And one of the things that tells you when you're looking at a soil test result, if there's anything above, say, 20 to 30 parts per million or 40 to 60 pounds of actual sulfur in the soil, you have concerns because sulfur easily leaches out of soil. Now, if you're in a greenhouse or a high tunnel where you're controlling the irrigation and everything like that, you have to factor that in. Or if you're in a really dry climate, usually you have other issues when you're in a really dry climate because you're using groundwater that's usually contaminated and all kinds of stuff like that. But I hadn't taken that into consideration. What was actually happening is that with that elevated sulfur, the test was being thrown off. And it was making it look like there was more capacity there than there was. And I wound up accumulating way too many minerals in my soil. And the reason I was telling that story, unfortunately I didn't finish it then, is it took me 5 years to fix that. 5 years. And so that's back when I was sharing about, you want to make sure that what you're doing is actually making things better, not making them worse, making them better. And I was talking about, I make mistakes too. And I miss, somehow or another, I just didn't notice that. How, I don't know, because I've been doing that for so long when that happened and everything. How I missed it, I don't really know, but it took me 5 years to fix it. because I had to just leach out all of this stuff that was too much in there. And we're going to look at that. It elevated the electrical conductivity in the soil, and that it's like made it hard for the plants to get water, kind of force-fed them nutrients they didn't need, and multiple problems as a result of doing that.
Will you go over soil testing for raised beds, or is that going to be with the other person?
Soil testing for raised beds would be the same as if you're just doing it in soil. You're just really trying to find out what's the makeup of that soil, what are the conditions. I always tell people, as far as raised beds go, why are you wanting to do raised beds? Usually the two reasons people do it is poor fertility, so they're trying to concentrate fertility, poor drainage, and so they're trying to raise it up so you can address the poor drainage, get better drainage. Both of those things can be fixed without doing the raised bed. And so I just, if you want to put the effort into doing it, I always ask the questions of people, why are you doing it? Because I'm just curious. Now, you can put raised beds in, because I have older people who want to have it raised up, so they have it raised up quite a bit. So it's easier for them to work in. Well, that's a very different reason for doing it. But as far as drainage and fertility go, those things can be changed. You can improve the fertility, you can improve the drainage on it. So
I think more so for longevity, and as you get older, you want to have the convenience. Well,
yeah, it doesn't matter. I just asked the question because I want to know, okay, why are you doing it, and do you know that there are alternatives maybe for what you're trying to accomplish? It's no skin on my teeth if somebody wants to have raised beds. It's completely fine. There's nothing bad about raised beds, unless you ignore. Like if you have those problems and you ignore them, the raised bed is not going to help you as much as you think. Now people put raised beds in because they want to put permanent beds in, and they don't want to walk on them or have any traffic on them or everything to help try to keep them in better shape and stuff like that. There's a variety of reasons why. But again, it comes back to resources. We all only have 24 hours in a day. We all only have so many financial resources and energy and stuff like that. And so you want to make the most of those resources with what you're doing to get as much. You want a return on your investment. I don't know anybody that doesn't want a return on your investment. And anybody that invests in something and loses money over and over and over, either they're not paying attention, or they're going to quit, because eventually they're just going to get tired of it, or they just don't have the resources to put into it anymore. So we don't want that for something that you really is beneficial to you, which is growing your own food. We want to be sure that you get the return on your investment that you're putting into it. I have growers that want to use the worst fertilizers out there. They're not chemically stable and everything, but they're the cheapest sources of fertilizers and stuff, and they insist on using them. I try to avoid using those, but they insist on using them. But if I can get them to a better place, because I can intelligently recommend those things to help get them to a better place, well, their ears open up just a little bit more each time that I do that. And so eventually they come to the place where they're willing to listen. Well, you've said that this is a better way to do this. So what's your better way? You get them there. God works with us that way, we don't always take the best path that God would have for us. He's got to follow us all over creation and all the stuff that we get ourselves into and do and everything. But he doesn't leave us. And so, but the other thing is you become more motivated. The better you see things get, and the better the produce you're getting out of that garden, you just become more motivated to see it happen again and to see more of it happen. I can tell you stories like that.
I have a question. Planted some fruit trees last year, and we did the LNG White method. But they say that you're still supposed to spray them because of bugs and things like that, and some of them have holes in the leaves. If you have the right soil, does that also work for fruit trees?
If you have healthy soil, you will have no bug pressure, and you will have no insect pressure. So first thing I would say is, did you actually use the Ellen White method, or did you use the Who did you follow to do it? Because most of what people call the Ellen White method is not the Ellen White method. No. Yeah, that's the Herbert White, her grandson's method. That's not hers. I learned this because I had an orchard in Australia, and they planted the entire thing the Ellen White method. But it was the Herbert White method. It wasn't the Ellen White method, and I'll explain the difference here in a second. And their trees all started dying. The problem was Ellen White didn't specify any specific nutrients. She said dress it. She didn't say put soft rock phosphate in. She didn't say put this in, put that in. She recommended no specific nutrients. And she never recommended how deep the hole should be either. She said dig a deep cavity. So where did Herbert White get the 3 foot deep? He just consulted orchardists in California. And some of them said 2 feet, some of them said 4 feet, some of them said 3 feet, and he just averaged it out to 3 feet. And he decided 3 feet was how deep you should go. But she never put a depth on the hole. Look it up, look at the Ellen White method up, and look at it, read what she actually said. So if you go on YouTube, you'll see even people adding even other things like different liming materials and all kinds of stuff like that. Well, this orchard in Australia, and this has happened multiple times, this orchard in Australia, they were on a natural rock phosphate ore body, which is high in phosphorus and high in calcium. Well, they recommended, of course, the Herbert White Ellen White method, recommend putting soft rock phosphate in. Well, they made a bad situation already worse. Calcium and phosphorus will tie up everything else. And so the levels were so high, they were just tying up everything else. And it was killing the trees. And so had to go in and start. You can't get the phosphorus back out. I don't think we're going to have time to go through the individual nutrients. But phosphorus is that one thing. Once you get too much of it, you're not getting rid of it. And so you have to just build everything else up to the optimal level. But what we had to do is we had to get the calcium level down. The calcium level was extremely excessive. And it was just calcium can tie everything up. And it was just tying up all the trace elements, and the trees were just dying as a result of that. So we had to foliar feed the trees with the nutrients that they weren't able to get until we could get the calcium level down, which took several years to do. We saved about 60% of the trees. A bunch of them had already died. So this is why I always ask questions about just about everything. Okay, is this the Ellen White method? Can you read it to me? Show it to me. Because like I said, people have added even other amendments on top of the ones that Herbert White added to it. And in the area that he used it, it worked. But once you spread out, and so maybe a lot of you guys know Lynn Hoag too. He's out in California there. He helps people to do the Ellen White method as well and everything. Well, he actually follows the Herbert White method too. But in the area where he primarily does it, that chemistry works. But if you take it outside of that area, it's hit and miss. Some places it's going to work, some places it's not going to work. You can dig a hole. Who was telling me? You were telling me that. They did, at one of the ADAGRA conferences, he was illustrating this Ellen White method, or the Herbert White method, as actually is. And they dug a hole in Texas at the conference center there in Glen Rose. They dug the 3 foot deep hole, and it rained, and the hole filled up with water. And it never drained the whole time the rest of the conference. So they never were able to do it. Well, in that case, digging a 3 foot deep hole to put a tree in was not a good idea. So this is why I'm trying to teach you these principles about how to look at, what does a healthy soil program look like? What does a healthy growing system look like? And then pick the methods that make the most sense for what your conditions are. The soils out here are really light. I did 28 samples. They did 28 samples here. I got 28 recommendations. They did each pad and everything differently. But these soils are very light. And and you have the weather pattern here, and what you're going to do here is not going to be the same as like at Holbrook Indian School, for example, out in Arizona, where they're bone dry and they got heavier soils. we'll look at that. We're going to look at what exchange capacity actually is. I compare it to a bucket. And so the bucket here, the capacity here, the soils is pretty small. I've got an Adventist elementary school in western Montana. They have gardens there, and their bucket is like a 55-gallon drum. And to show you the difference in capacity, like these soils here can hold in 1,200 to 1,500 pound range of calcium in order to be balanced. That garden up there in Montana, it needs 35,000 pounds of calcium in that soil to fill the bucket up correctly. That's how much different the capacity. These are like 7s, I think here, 7s, 8s. Some of them are a little lighter than that. That's 111, that capacity at that school is 111. And so if you don't know these things, what if you have this little bucket and you fill it, you put enough on you got a 1-gallon bucket, you put enough on for a 5-gallon bucket. You put way too much on, you created problems. But what if you have the 5-gallon bucket and you only put 1 gallon's worth of stuff in? Where you're nowhere near, you're short, you're deficient in that situation. If you don't know these things, and people just by and large don't know. They're fertilizing the crop, like I mentioned before. They're putting fertilizers on to grow the crop. They're bypassing the soil. And over time, those things just, more and more problems develop, which we're seeing in agriculture. Food production in agriculture is in big trouble. That's another reason you might want to be growing your own food, because we import more food. Everybody thinks we're the breadbasket of the world, but we import more food here than we export. And most of that is fresh produce, is perishable foods. Most of what we export is corn and soybeans and wheat. But most of what we import is the fresh perishable foods that most of us eat, especially in this room.
At some point, do you talk about what all involved in a soil test and how?
I'll try to squeeze that in. But the whole soil testing industry is a whole can of worms in and of itself. Because the model I'm talking about, it was developed almost 100 years ago, and I think God raised this person up. Actually, it wasn't just him. He kind of coordinated the collaboration, and over 40 years, they really fleshed out what a soil is supposed to look like. They really did. They got to the point where they could take sick animals and feed from healthy soils, and the most fascinating ones I like was the rabbits, because rabbits reproduce so rapidly. So they would take sickly rabbits, and within a couple generations, they would double the size of the rabbits and have beautiful coats of fur and just really healthy. And then they turn around and feed them from feed fed produced on sick soils. And they would take these big, beautiful rabbits and turn them into those sickly, scrawny rabbits again, just in a couple generations on it. But the modeling that was developed, unfortunately, was coming into its own right during World War II, and what's called the Green Revolution occurred, basically after World War II, where you had they had been working on it for fertility too, but it primarily got co-opted by bomb making. So the fixing of nitrogen, and so the nitrogen fixation was utilized to build bombs. Well, at the end of the war, you weren't building so many bombs anymore. What are you going to do with all the capacity and everything? And they turned to agriculture and said, plants use nitrogen, let's sell it to the farmers. And so they started to do it, and farmers were tickled with it because they got much more lush growth. But then two things started happening. Animals stopped reproducing, eating on the forage, and the plants started falling over. They call it lodging. And so they said, well, this is great. It looks great. We're getting a lot more growth, but now our animals are not reproducing anymore, and the crops are falling over. We can't harvest them. And so, of course, they had to fix that problem, or they were going to lose their market. So they went back in and they did research, and they discovered, well, there's not enough phosphate. The animals are not getting enough phosphate, and that's why they're not reproducing. So you need to put more phosphate. They were both putting it in feed, and then they started putting it on the soil. And then they said the plants are falling over because there's not enough potassium. Potassium gives stalk strength. It's one of three: potassium, copper, and manganese gives stalk strength. Copper actually gives you flexibility. So a lot of things are connected to human health in various ways too, but I don't have time to do that. I guess we need to officially start this class again because it's like 10:00. But so they started applying that. But you started getting increased yields, but they didn't address the trace elements. And I had mentioned sulfur. Sulfur was coming incidentally because it was part of the processing of rock phosphate ore. They wound up producing gypsum in it, trying to get calcium out, but they didn't take it out of the product. So the product called superphosphate was used for a long time, so calcium and sulfur was being put on, and the farmers didn't even know they were putting it on. And then trace elements, of course, they weren't addressing, and so the increased yields just diluted the amount of trace minerals in the feed that was being produced. And so that's the beginning of the story, and we've gone down the wrong path for a long time since then. So at the point that they started taking sulfur out of everything, and I mentioned that before, that now I think we have all kinds of allergic and autoimmune diseases as a result of sulfur deficiency. Sulfur-bearing amino acids are not being adequately produced. Proteins are being built wrong. And when you incorporate them into the body looks at it as foreign material. Or when you eat it and you start to digest it, your body's immune system looks at it as, inappropriate, foreign, hot foreign material and everything doesn't belong, and attacks it. Well, if your body actually gets some of it in and incorporates into your tissue and stuff, it starts attacking itself. You have autoimmune diseases where I think is that based on the research I'm seeing and everything, they're going to discover that it's sulfur deficiency because most soils now are deficient in sulfur. And here's another one for you. How many of you bake your own bread? Nobody in the room bakes their own bread. We bake a lot of our own bread. But do you know if you take whole wheat flour, not just whole wheat berries, you want to grind fresh flour. It doesn't have to be fresh flour, but we ground our own wheat and made fresh flour from it. If you grind that wheat and then make it into a loaf of bread and put it in the oven, and that wheat was sulfur deficient, as soon as the temperature in the oven hits 160 degrees, you're producing acrylamides, which are a carcinogen. So here you are thinking, I'm making a nice, healthy, whole wheat loaf of bread and everything, but if that wheat was grown on sulfur-deficient soil, you're producing a significant problem as a result of that. It's a lot more complex than a lot of us want to make it out to be. But the bottom line is if we address the soil and then we nourish ourselves from that healthy soil, a lot of these other things, like I said, fostering life, a lot of these other things just go away and you don't have those issues. Now, that's not the case if you've got environmental things in the environment that are impacting you can't have any control over. But what you can have control over, you should have control over.
That's very interesting because I just ordered wheat berries. So where do you get yours from?
Where do we get ours?
Yeah, because if that's the case, knowing exactly where to get wheat berries is now an issue because of what you just mentioned.
Well, what I would recommend is, ask the supplier, do you have adequate sulfur in your soil that's producing the wheat? If they say we don't know, find another source. And it is problematic. They know that sulfur deficient. The other thing that happens is the protein content in the wheat drops. You don't have as high a protein content in the wheat. I won't take the time. I could tell you a crazy story about how state lines somehow or another alter whether you need sulfur or not. The state of Kansas claimed they didn't need any sulfur because it didn't affect wheat yields. In all the states around them, it affected wheat yields, increased the protein content. But the guy was putting that superphosphate on, which I remember I said had sulfur and calcium in it anyway, and everything. He didn't know he was doing it. And so he was claiming they didn't need it, but he was putting it on anyway. He didn't know he was putting it on, everything. But state lines aren't relevant when it comes to whether soil has fertility or it doesn't have fertility.
I'm not sure if you spoke about it already. Do you have some type of kit that you use to test the soil? Or do you just send it to a lab?
Yeah, so your question is, do I have some type of kit for doing it? I never finished the commentary about soil testing. And I'll answer your question in this. When they developed this model, they had a whole testing procedure to determine what was there, what was not there, whether it was adequate or not, what were the optimum ranges for these things. And so they developed this whole testing procedure, and the reference numbers were established based on this testing procedure. Well, like everything in life, we want it fast and we want it cheap. And so what happened in the soil testing industry is they went to alternative testing methods because it was faster and it was cheaper. And so when they did that, and they were still trying to use the reference numbers, but the reference numbers didn't correlate anymore. And so this is a disaster that was created in agriculture that's still going on today, is in the altering of the testing procedures and not establishing a new set of reference numbers, which nobody has done. This is what I was talking about, where Satan just deforms things. Something is understood and starts working, and then you use every avenue you can to suppress it or deform it and to discredit it, whatever, and everything. So people weren't getting the results that they were getting before as a result of this, because they were trying to measure an apple with an orange. Doesn't work. And so a lot of people started banning it. The university started saying, because they were bought and paid for by vested interests and everything, saying that this doesn't work and it doesn't matter, and on and on and on and everything. So the dilemma with the soil testing, you can use a soil testing kit, but it's only going to give you very limited information, and it's only as good as the technician using the kit. So that would, in this case, be you. Which may be good, it may not be. Some people are very careful about what they do. Some people are very careless about what they do. Sometimes people treat soil like soil, and sometimes people treat it like dirt, if you know what I mean. And so there is only one lab left in the world that will actually analyze soil the way it needs to be analyzed in order to utilize those reference numbers. And there's only 60 people left in the world who actually know how to do anything with those numbers. It's been pretty much suppressed. It's been pretty much squashed. And then, of course, when you altered all that soil testing stuff, and then agronomy started making all kinds of excuses for why they weren't getting the results that they used to get. And, of course, I said the Green Revolution came along, and they wanted to push these soluble fertilizers. You don't want soluble fertilizers in your system if you can avoid it. You want insoluble but available. Hopefully we'll get to that. But they started pushing all these soluble fertilizers. That started messing up. This is where regenerative ag is really primarily addressing the problem. All those soluble fertilizers started doing all kinds of damage, burning out the organic matter in the soil, killing off the microbes in the soil. And then, of course, the same industry is also producing all the chemicals to deal with all the problems that develop as a result of that. So all the pesticides and the herbicides and things like that, And so it's just like the healthcare industry, and a lot of the economy, for that matter. The economy functions on dysfunction. You understand what I'm saying? And so there's money to be made on dysfunction. If you make something functional, you can't make money off of it anymore. And a lot of people, for example, like if you followed this model. Now, there are things that are used in heavy amounts, but like the trace elements and stuff like that, once you get them reestablished in the soil, you may not touch them again for another 40 years. They're not going anywhere. You established a stable system. And even, remember I said phosphorus, if you get phosphorus up at an optimum level, you may not touch it again. Because remember, there is all that phosphorus in the soil and stuff. And so a healthy system will start feeding itself. The microbes in the soil start being, and this is why I say that this approach, not the regenerative ag, there's a lot of the regenerative ag stuff that I do. It's not to be negative about those things, but this is why I say this approach, where you're actually addressing chemistry too, not just biology, because you need to address chemistry, physics, and biology, and the model that I use addresses all of them. But this is why I say you start with this, and it'll straighten all these other things out. Like, for example, putting biology on, bugs in a bottle. That's a derogatory way of saying it. I shouldn't say it that way. But buying microbes and putting them on your soil, I ask a lot of questions. Why are they not there already? Why are they not functional? Now, there may be a reason why. But if you have to put them on every single year, You shouldn't have to do that. If they just needed to be reestablished, you should be able to put them on in 1 year, and they're there. But you know, we only, because we're probably not going to get to this part of it, the biological part of it, we only have identified less than 1% of all the microbes in the soil. Less than 1%. And there are microbes in the soil that do all kinds of things you can't even imagine. They're finally discovering that there are microbes in the soil that can degrade plastics, that can degrade, organic chemistries, like pharmaceuticals and these PFAS chemicals and everything. But these organisms, it takes energy to do that. These are high energy compounds, and it takes a lot of energy to break them down and stuff, and the system is not working at that level. But you have all these things there. What you need to do is create the conditions so that they actually function. But rather than just putting them on year after year after year after year, you shouldn't have to do that. If they don't become endemic and they can't function, there's something wrong with the system. The food sources are bad, the chemistry is bad, and the physics are bad, probably both.
I've heard people say that when they got all their minerals correct, that their organic matter actually went up.
Yeah.
Doing anything else, so that's a very accurate.
Yeah.
Statement.
I could tell you that story over and over and over. Yeah. If you get the correct balance in the mineralization, your physics in your soil will get really good, and the biology will increase, and the carbon fertility will increase in the soil. Just fixing that. Now, you have to manage that properly, and tillage is part of that. And if you're going to go in and you're going to till soil all the time and put oxygen in it, over-oxidize it, you're going to burn it out fairly quickly too. And also, well, let's try to get to carbon fertility because that's part of it. Okay. What I'm saying is you want a complete model. You want a complete model based on principle that addresses these sciences legitimately. And if you need to utilize some of these things in the interim to get yourself before you get there, I have no problem whatsoever. I have no disagreement with a lot of the principles that are involved in regenerative ag. I don't. I just think that you're downplaying, you're trying to obscure something just because of bad economics. It's expensive to put the mineralization back, but we've been taking it out for decades. We've been destroying it for decades, and now we're in a bad economic position where it's very difficult to barely even produce the crop, put enough on to produce the crop, let alone try to reestablish balanced fertility in the soil. But we're paying a heavy price for it. People's health is rapidly deteriorating because we just don't have the nourishment in the food that we need. Okay, so here's the ideal soil. And remember I said when I read in Genesis there about God created man from the dust of the earth and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life? That was the model soil right there. Now we're going to look at it from a physical standpoint. Okay, this pie chart, nobody disagrees that this is the ideal soil. Nobody. And so in an ideal soil, volume-wise, you're going to have about 45% mineral. You're going to have about 50% of it as pore space or air space. Of that air space, 25% is going to have air in it, and 25% is going to have water in it. Okay? And then about 5% of it is going to be organic matter. Now that's going to include organisms, roots, and stable humus and other, residues, organic residues in the soil. Nobody disagrees that this is an ideal soil. So we're done. Go out and do it. Nobody's going to have a question for me? Wait, what? How do I get it? How do I do this? What minerals? How do I get 50% pore space in the soil? How do I get 5% organic matter in the soil? If you were to take an introductory agronomy or soil science class at an ag university, and they presented this as the ideal soil, they avoid presenting it now. But if they presented this, and as an ignorant freshman, you raise your hand and say, okay, if this is the ideal soil, how do I get it? What do you think the answer is? We don't know. That's the answer. We don't know. But that answer is not correct. We do know how to get this soil. We do know how to order the minerals in the soil. to get the pore space in that soil that's necessary, to get the growth that's necessary to support any energy input into that soil to get the organisms, the microbes in the soil to be functional and to develop the organic matter in that soil. And this is the model that I use. But if you ask the vast majority of the people who are supposed to know, they're going to say, we don't know, because they don't care. They're growing a crop. They're not growing soil. They're growing a crop. So it's not relevant to them. So they don't invest the time to actually figure it out. But it is known. It's just obscured. And like I said, if anything is a majority of anything, I would be very suspicious of it. If it's a remnant of something, I would pay attention. Because anything that's ever been true in life, and anything that's ever happened in life has never ever been anything more than a remnant. And so if you're going to look and say, well, what's the majority of agriculture doing? You're going to find the wrong answer. If you're going to look and say, well, what are the growers that have healthy soil and are producing healthy crops, what are they doing? You'll get the right answer on it. So this is the ideal soil. We just need to fill in some of the details on this. Yeah.
Real quick, the 10% roots, are those roots of living plants or are those root systems that have been left?
Well, it could be both. It could be both, but they're in this particular case, they're talking about living organisms and living roots. The humus, they're using the term humus, but within that, there's going to be dead roots, dead microbes, and we'll talk about it. It's actually the carbon that's in the soil that actually builds organic matter. It's not the stuff that winds up on the surface. This is why no-till, a lot of them don't realize that leaving that stuff on the surface, there's a reason for doing it. There is a reason for doing it to protect the soil. We're going to get to that. But you're not going to build organic matter in the soil.
Not going to go deep.
No. And in fact, we'll get to it hopefully, but it's actually the carbon fertility that gets into the B horizon of the soil, not the top part of the soil that actually builds carbon in the soil. And I think Luke was talking about their diverse cover crop and everything. Hopefully we'll get to that, but planting a different crop, there's different cover crops that you can put on that actually put carbon deeper into the soil. Most of what we grow doesn't necessarily do that, and some of the things we consider weeds do it, but we take them out because we consider them weeds. If I mentioned dandelion too, what would you think? Now, in this crowd, I could get different answers because, but sometimes I'll get the answer, well, it's a good salad ingredient. But yeah, they put down deep roots. Dandelion are there because calcium levels are low, organic matter levels are low, and dandelion has the ability to go deep into the soil to go after calcium, which is heavy, which can work itself down deeper into the soil. And it can also access these things without the adequate organic matter in the soil and support of the microbes. It can do it on its own. And dandelion will actually pull calcium up. Now, it might take these plants, and it's an interesting subject to look at this and why these plants are there and what they're doing and everything. They will actually succeed themselves out of a job. So if they were able to actually pull enough calcium back up into the top of the soil to build the levels to a certain level again, other plants would outcompete them, and the dandelion would just go away. I'll have to tell you, maybe I'll tell you a story. I got to keep going on this, but of a thistle, and the definition of insanity of doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. But so let's look at some different schools of thought. You have the conventional school of thought, of course, which is just selective chemistry, NPK, and looking at pH. Nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. You're going to see why they select those particular ones. It drives yield. It doesn't drive nutritional density. It drives yield, calories. And that's it's the vast majority of agricultural production, of food production, is yield. Why yield? Because farmers don't get paid for quality. If you don't have the ability to grow everything you want, but there are other growers in your area, and you can work with and you can support them. Because if they're willing to actually remineralize their soil and do the things necessary to produce more nutritious food for you, support them. Because mainstream agriculture, they don't get paid to produce quality. They get paid to produce quantity, and that's what they do. And so we're going to talk about that down in the next slide here. But it's creating all kinds of problems with people's health as well. Okay, the organic school of thought is farm-generated mediation. In other words, you can generate all the fertility you need on the farm through growing green manure and cover crops and putting manures back on your fields or compost from the residues or whatever, putting it back on your field. I'm sure as I talk about each one of these, if there's going to be somebody that would disagree and say, oh, no, that's not quite what it's like and everything, but this is the general gist of it and everything. And they're not going to use manufactured fertilizers. They will use organic chemicals, quote, certifiable organic chemicals as pesticides and even herbicides and everything. But remember what I said, a healthy soil will not have any what? Insect or pest pressure. You won't have them. Now, you may not believe it right now, but the first time you see it, you'll do handstands and you'll tell everybody in the neighborhood that that's the case. And I know of a 10,000 acre farm growing conventional field crops, corn, soybeans, cotton, wheat. I think they even grow some peanuts. But they have no disease and pest pressure. They've been working at it for 25 years. Because a lot of these places, they can't do they can't do what they need to do very fast because of the economics. They don't have the means of doing it. But they stayed at it. There are people like that stayed at it. And they eventually got there. And so now they have great water dynamics. They have virtually no. In a 10,000 acre farm, you might have enough variability and enough weather, stresses that something could show up, maybe in a pocket here or there or whatever. But by and large, they don't have those pressures anymore on their field. And you can certainly do it in a garden because you have the ability to address things much more rapidly than other people do. Biodynamic school of thought is just kind of a holistic, esoteric type of mediation where you want to work with the natural systems and let them take care of things. Well, my Bible tells me that the earth is waxing old like a garment, and it is groaning under the curse. And yes, if we stop messing things up in nature, nature will stabilize. But remember I said, at what level is it going to stabilize? If we need to be up here, and this school of thought is going to stabilize it down here, well, it's stable at least, but it's not very productive. The permaculture school of thought is a natural ecosystem mediation, again, where the idea here is we just don't want to lose anything more. We want to put a pause on deterioration. We want to let the natural system stabilize. Again, at what functional level are you winding up stabilizing at? And I can tell you it's a fairly low level. Biological school of thought is microbial mediation. In other words, the biology in the soil can fix everything. And part of the notion here is that every soil has all the minerals in it that's needed. You just need to improve the biological activity in the soil, and it will get all of those things. But remember I said some of these things have been around a long time, and people are starting to find out, well, some of these assertions are just really not true at all. And I can assure you they're not true. Remember I showed you that one picture where the soils were deficient in cobalt? Their soils, the parent material is just deficient in certain things. I work with growers all over North America and other parts of the world, and I see places that are excessive in certain things. I see places that are severely deficient in things, and it just depends on the parent material. We're going to look at that in just a minute too, or at least maybe before the end of the day. But soils are all over the place. In some places, they just have too much of some things and not enough of others. Some places, they don't probably get enough of anything. Some places, they have too much. Some places, the water that they have to use is all contaminated. And speaking of that, in case we don't get to the water, I would much rather work with a person with the wrong knowledge and the right spirit tend to work with somebody with the right knowledge and the wrong spirit. Because the wrong spirit will mess up everything that's true, and even though the person with the right spirit doesn't have the right knowledge, they eventually will on that. And that's the whole water quality issue, which is a big deal. People, remember I said 80% of plants are water. And you're having to provide water, and there are places, and I'm surprised because I had to do training on all of that, on water quality too, in addition to soil fertility, because water was messing so many things up, and we had to try to figure out what do we do to address that situation. Okay, and the one that I follow is the Albrecht CEC, or cation exchange capacity model, and it's based on complete and balanced chemistry mediation. You start with the chemistry, and that addresses the physics. So you provide the nutrients, you build the house, and then the microbes have food and they have a place to live, and they proliferate. Populations of the microbes actually increase, and like you had said, there are people that are, when they address it this way, the claim is you can't use commercial fertilizers and get here. It's just not true. I have people who are doing research with this. They're collecting data with the universities now, because they're all into the regenerative thing. And they're showing increases in microbial populations that are not supposed to increase if you're using any commercial nitrogen. But they're increasing. Because he's not just using commercial nitrogen, he's using everything. He's addressing the whole mineral package on there. And he's also carefully managing the nitrogen. He's not just pouring on, way too much nitrogen is put on at one time all the time with the soluble nitrogens. And so he's dividing it up and putting it on in appropriate amounts over time. But his biology in this soil is increasing in leaps and bounds, even though he's using commercial fertilizers to do that. Now, he's not using the bad ones, and he's addressing, complete fertility, not just.
So I know we're short on time, so real quick, that was one of my questions was, there's a company that makes pure nitrogen, urea, it's usually like 40-00, and I've heard that it's been approved by Natural Growers organization that you can use it in your natural grow, and I was just wondering what your thoughts are on that.
I think it's Wilbur Ellis you're talking about who developed that urea nitrogen.
Lesco makes it.
Was it Lesco? Yeah. All right, Wilbur Ellis is developing it. Another one that they're doing from digestate. They're producing a nitrogen from that. Nitrogen is nitrogen. It's either in a soluble form or it's in an insoluble form. Plants need the nitrogen. They need nitrogen in a certain amount. So it's a matter of, are you properly managing it? And is it also stable chemistry? So I don't have a problem utilizing these. I prefer to use a protein meal because it breaks down over time, and it requires microbes to break it down. So I'm not opposed to using, the soluble nitrogens.
Beans, protein meal, beans?
Well, you have soybean meal, you have cottonseed meal, you have alfalfa meal, you have feather meal, you have blood meal. I don't particularly care to use blood meal. I typically use feather meal because it's a medium release. All of them have downsides to them. Let me just say that. Because any of the plant-based protein meals, like the feather meal or the blood meal, well, they're feeding them genetically engineered feeds. But most of the cottonseed meal, the alfalfa meal, and the soybean meal are produced from genetically engineered crops. Oh, wow. So your options are not the greatest, but having a vigorous microbial population in your soil to degrade that stuff is the best thing you can do. However, the better thing to do even than that is have the nitrogen generated in the soil itself. Now that requires more of you. That requires of getting a condition so that, but it's very possible. I mean, a lot of us know about inoculating legumes, like if we plant peas or green beans, inoculating them with the rhizobium bacteria to fix the nitrogen. You know how much nitrogen it takes to produce a bushel of soybeans? I know on that, but like green beans or peas, a bushel would be similar. A bushel, it takes like a 60 bushel soybean crop, for example. That's 300 pounds of nitrogen. It takes 5 pounds per bushel to produce that. Now the rhizobium bacteria are not producing all of it. Some of it's coming out of the soil. And the guys that are producing record yields are actually adding nitrogen because but my point is they're symbiotic nitrogen fixers, they're free-living nitrogen fixers, and they're free-living nitrogen fixers that associate with other plants. It doesn't have to be a legume. And so the goal is to get encourage those free-living nitrogen fixers. And so a healthier growing system will encourage them to start producing. And so this is why I use a protein meal instead of a soluble nitrogen. The soluble nitrogen is actually cleaner. If you want to look at it, the soluble phosphorus is actually, the manufactured phosphate products are actually cleaner. Most of the natural phosphate sources have heavy metals in them, but they're significantly tied up by the phosphorus itself. But the manufactured stuff, it doesn't have it. And if you use something like monoammonium phosphate or diammonium phosphate, that's stable chemistry too. And if you need the nitrogen and the phosphorus, they're good sources. But I use Tennessee brown phosphate, which is a naturally mined product. It's the cleanest of all of them, all the sources as far as heavy metals go. So I typically use that, but I don't have any problem using the others. But you can't bankrupt yourself. I mean, nobody's going to go out there and put a bunch of effort and money and everything into it to not get anything, or to break the bank in doing it. And so the goal, and God doesn't want that for us either. He doesn't want to break us to get us down the road in our relationship with Him. So sometimes He has to nurse us along until we can take bigger steps, and we can accelerate our pace and things like that. And so when I work with growers and when I work with soil, I have to work the same way, as to getting them from where they are to there. So as far as the nitrogen goes, even the soluble nitrogens, but you have to dole it out. Way too much nitrogen is applied because a lot of it's just leached out and lost. Some of it volatilizes because they're trying to just get enough on in one shot to cover the whole time frame that they need the nitrogen for. So now we have groundwater in the corn belt of the United States is all contaminated with nitrate, to the level so they can't even use the water. It's so high in there. Phosphate doesn't leach, it erodes. Once phosphate's in the soil, it grabs on. It's got a triple negative charge. It's not going anywhere except it washes away or blows away with the soil. And so the pollution from that is from erosion. And that's, again, is a problem with soil fertility, where you don't have adequate aggregating of the soil and holding it together.
The thought that, I don't know if you've covered it, that sticks out to me the most about this school of thought, the Albrecht CC model, is that it's dynamic, it's not static, and that it requires this understanding of the soil in such a way that you can cause the system to work for itself. And of course, you're involved, but that's where that dynamic.
Right. The goal is to help it establish its, so that it's self-functioning to the greatest extent that you can, and it's comprehensive. Every one of these other schools, they either focus on energy, or they focus on biology, or they focus on physics. Or they don't focus on a comprehensive approach where you're looking at the chemistry, physics, biology, all of it, and how do I address that? And that's what he did when they did this work. The whole picture. How the whole system works, not just one aspect of it. And the newest school of thought, regenerative ag, is heavily focused on saying the plant will help restore the soil. Well, you can't do it without the plant. Remember what I mentioned already? Where does the energy come from in the soil? It comes from the plant. Plant captures it from the sun, and it dumps the energy into the soil to feed the microbes in the soil. Without the plant, there's no energy going into the soil. If we get to the biology, we'll talk about that a little bit more. But the plant is obviously part of a healthy growing system. You could have a perfect soil, and if there's nothing growing on it, what are you gaining from it? God planted a garden. He just didn't create the soil for it to grow in. He planted a garden for all those good things that come out of. So, it's obvious that yes, a plant is actually part of that whole comprehensive approach. That's not a new thing. And then, of course, a microbial mediation. You'll see that on the bottom here. It's a plant and microbial mediation, the regenerative approach here, where you encourage the microbial populations in the soil, but you've got to encourage the plant. Either you're adding the energy, so you're adding biological inoculants, you're adding biological stimulants, food sources and things like that support the microbes in the soil to do the work in the soil, or the soil itself is. But in a lot of the regenerative part, you're actually adding these things to support it. But they won't proliferate on their own. If you don't, you need to get so that the plant itself is producing, surplus energy and putting it in. The Bible calls it a pressed down and overflowing condition. You want to get to a pressed down and overflowing condition. And chemistry is involved with that. And it's about, I don't have a slide on that, but it's about an abundant environment rather than a scarce environment. Let's say you have a ball pit, and in that ball pit you've got 1,000 balls, and you've got one, they're all yellow, and you've got one pink one. How easy is it going to be to find that pink ball? Even though it's a different color. It's going to take a little bit more effort. What if you had 500 yellow balls and 500 pink balls? How hard would it be to find it? Wouldn't be so hard to find it then. You're probably just looking on the top, you're going to see sort of, and the whole Albrecht CEC approach, addressing the chemistry, is creating an environment of abundance without creating excess. Insoluble but available. So knowing what the bucket size is, what is the capacity of that soil, filling it up with the right materials, and then having abundance. If there's a scarcity, in order to find that scarcity, it's going to require more energy. If you have abundance, it's going to take less energy to access what you need. And so all the energy that's saved from having to go after scarcity is put into growth and bearing fruit. And so it all connects together, this comprehensive approach where you're not ignoring these things. It's just that a lot of conventional agriculture has kind of got into just focusing on the crop. Again, like I said, the NP and K and addressing pH and everything. They don't even address the pH right. We'll get to that too. I'm sure we'll get to that.
So what you just said is if you get a low yield, if you're having a low yield, it's because the majority of the energy of the plant is going into the ground searching for what it needs.
Or it's actually the opposite of that. Because there's a limited amount of energy, the plant can't give away that energy to the soil. Okay. And as a result, it can't support the microbial populations in the soil that would access those nutrients. This is where you get hostile conditions. Yeah. A plant that's healthy will be dumping energy onto its leaves and feeding leaf-dwelling organisms. It'll be dumping energy into the soil, up to 70%. Yeah, and it shifts depending on if it's in vegetative phase or reproductive phase of how much it's giving away. It's like building what plants, we'll get to that in carbon fertility, but what it's doing is building a savings account. By dumping all that energy out early, it's building up, blowing up the bacterial population. As it pulls back on the energy release, the bacterial population will die down. There's a tremendous amount of microbial metabolites that are incredibly energy efficient that the plant can now access as it's going into the reproductive phase. And so it built this big savings account in the process. It invested in the soil, built a savings account, and now as it needs to go into reproductive phase, it has this huge resource to tap into to successfully accomplish the reproductive process.
Which method would you say the Amish population follows?
They're going to be more in the organic, or they're in just about all of these, but they're going to be into more of the organic or the regenerative now. They're really big into the regenerative, but they're going to be more into the organic. But I've seen them in all of these. A lot of them are just conventional, So, but I believe in a comprehensive approach, and you have to address chemistry. A lot of people don't think you have to. It's just there already. That's not true. Don't believe it. I guarantee you, if Andrew tried that out here with this soil, this light soil, he would be in trouble within a year or two. The regenerative approach, where you're not really addressing any chemistry, because he's got really light soils. The bucket is small. I've seen bigger buckets that people have gone to regenerative that I've done soil fertility for, and I've seen them drain that bucket of potassium in just 1 year in high potassium requiring crops. And now they're going to run into trouble as they drain these things out. More and more, you're just putting yourself further and further behind. But it feels good, and you're getting increased yields and everything doing that, and people are wowed by that. And that's what Satan loves to do. He likes to wow us with some, oh man, this works great, and it's just going to fix everything, and it's the same story. It's just over and over. And I had a grower tell me one time, I said, you know, I'm going to have to mine my soil for a couple of years because I can't afford to do anything. And I said, that's fine, as long as you understand what you're doing. That's the most important thing. As long as you understand what you're doing, then go ahead. But just realize if you go for a couple of years and then the third year, you know, you realize you're going to be further behind than you were, hopefully you generated enough revenue those 2 years mining your soil that you can now start putting it back. But what I find happen a lot of the times is year 3 comes and we're going to have to mine it again, and we're going to have to mine it again. And next thing you know, you start having other problems materialize, and you have to start spending your money and resources on those problems. And you just get in this trap, this downward spiral that just keeps feeding on itself. Whereas an upward spiral feeds on itself too. You know, when you start doing things right and better, you start feeding on itself as well. Yeah, the only lab that actually runs this protocol, these testing procedures anymore, is Perry Agricultural Labs in Bowling Green, Missouri. Perry Agricultural Labs. Now, having said that, they run 2 different types of testing procedures there. The one is different than the other. Now, I know if you want to talk to me, or I can leave my contact information in a card or something. You guys can take a picture of it or whatever. There's 2 different ways to get the correct information. One is you can go through me as a consultant with Kinsey Ag Services, and they'll run what's called a professional soil report, going that route. You can also go directly to the lab, but you have to ask for additional tests to be run than just the standard test. And then I can do the math to figure out what it was actually supposed to be. And there's a little bit difference in price. It's a little bit cheaper to go directly through the lab, a little bit more work for me to figure that out. But as long as I have the right lab data, I can figure it out and come up with the same information I would otherwise. I wish I could tell you it was otherwise than that. And I'm not here to promote the lab. I'm not here to promote myself. I'm here to tell you reality, though. They tried opening, there's a ton of business from the Western Hemisphere. They got to ship their samples from halfway around the world. And they opened a lab over in Australia. Perry opened a lab over in Australia to try to offer the same testing procedures. And they jumped ship within a year. Went to the cheap and fast because there was more money to be made. And that's the bottom line, is people get, you know, attracted to the, I need my information right now and I need it cheap. And if you do, then you get what you paid for. That's all I can tell you. Unfortunately, what I would like to see happen is the Adventist Church have its own lab that can run those same procedures and preserve this whole model, because it's on its deathbed. Remember I said there's only 60 people in the world that know actually how to work with it, that actually know how to work with it. There's a lot of people that say they're working with it, but they're not working with it and everything. And a lot of them have gray hair like me, what's left of it. Well, that's what I'm trying to work on right now, and I'm hoping to work on, is I need to find some young people that are motivated enough that can sit down and we can go through the whole process of how do you figure this all out. You know, it takes, I've had to do, well, I did 6 introductory courses to train this. I can do the introductory course. If I was doing this whole thing, you would basically get it. We're not going to be able to get the whole thing in. But then I've done like 6 advanced courses in training on how to actually do all the math, how to work with unique soils, like really light soils, low capacity soils, really excessive soils, you know, those really bad excessive levels of stuff and everything. But there needs to be a learning process of this. If there's people that are motivated, we can figure out how to set that up. So we can do it either in connection with something like this, in connection with the national ADAGRA program, separate from it. But it needs to happen. Every church district should have somebody trained to help people with their growing of their food. Every one of them. That person is almost as important as a pastor. And you'll find out when you actually start experiencing what the effects of nutritious food does for your health. In the times we live in, you need a clear, sharp mind, and you need a healthy, strong body to deal with the stuff. We have no idea what's coming. I can tell you behind the scenes, like I said, in agriculture, it's a basket case. And in case you didn't know about it, they're adding genetically engineered vaccines to greens, to lettuce, spinach, things like that. They're already doing it, and they're not required to tell you they're doing it. There's all kinds of genetically engineered crops out there, even certified organic crops. They can do gene editing on those and the breeding, and then once they grow it out organic, they can call it certified organic now. There's all kinds of hair-raising stuff going on. On top of the fact that the nutritional level in the food is so poor, that it's amazing that people can even function at the level that they do, really. And we need to be functioning at a much higher level. And you know, the interesting thing is, there's all kinds of things that are coming down the pike that's going to try to stop you from being able to garden yourself. But we can beat them at that because we can actually implement the practices now that would eliminate the opposition. So when they come about that stuff, oh, we're already doing that. We've already eliminated that practice. We've already eliminated it. We've already developed this and everything so that our natural system is already working. We should be in that position so that they're still going to eventually, they don't like people that are independent. So it won't work forever. And I'll share a Bible verse at the tail end of this that'll tell you what you need to do relative to that. But I just want to say that, a healthy, vibrant soil is one of the greatest assets. It's worth more than silver and gold. Because it offers things to you, like I said, a clear mind and a healthy body where you can navigate the insane world that we're dealing with. And it's not just fertility anymore. It's like I said, contamination. There are so many contaminants in the environment you can't avoid. And it's wiping out farmland right and left now. And so we need to avoid it as much as possible. And we need to put in place, remember I said there's these microbes that can actually break that stuff down. But they don't work in a poor energy system. They have to work in a highly functioning system. And they're there, but we have to create the conditions for them to actually do their thing. It's growing together.
That's right. That's right.
And leaving here and dropping it when we get to our destination. Right? So I need your card. I need to connect so that I can do this. And I'm dead serious. We have 17 acres in Fayette County, Alabama. I need to do some stuff. And we had to move fast. Whatever we have to do for God, we have to do it fast now. We're playing catch up.
Yeah, first of all, I'm happy to help. And so I'll make sure that you have the information. We are so far behind. Part of the reason is because as a church, we have discouraged agriculture. We consider it a second-class vocation. We've encouraged all kinds of other things that are not bad, but we're undermining. Kids don't want to go into it because we've made it look like it's something that only people that can't do anything else do. Yeah. Do you know that it takes a working knowledge of more disciplines to succeed at agriculture than any other profession on the planet?
That's right.
You have to have a working knowledge of chemistry, biology, physics. Now, I say a working knowledge. That doesn't mean you're a chemist or a physicist or anything like that. You have to know meteorology, entomology about insects, diseases. You have to know about weather. Yeah, I said meteorology. I'm trying to think of all of it. But it's all downplayed. And the other thing I want to say is it will never get easier than it is right now. In fact, how hard it is accelerating. And the biggest problem I have, other than helping people figure out what they need to do, is helping them find a place to get the materials they need. That is becoming very difficult. And I've been saying for a long time that we need to have our own network set up. We need to have our own lab. We need to have resource centers where they have amendments and materials like they're teaching a class on the plumbing. I think that's on irrigation, right? Yeah, where we have these supplies where we can co-op together to save in cost and have reasonable access to it. Right now I have an Amish family up in Pennsylvania that's been really helpful. It's been really helpful for us because for gardeners and stuff, we can actually put in, how much material each thing is needed, and they'll blend it and send it to you as an already blended material and everything. But it's got to come from Pennsylvania. Why can't we do that? That's the question. Why can't we do that? We can do that. But again, it comes back to, one, it's hard. We're starting at a deficit. And so there's a lot that has to be done, and it's hard work. But there's no reason. It's just the priority. It's not been made a priority. And so again, we're stuck in the glamorous world of society. It's more glamorous to be in business, and it's more glamorous to be a doctor or an attorney. And again, I'm not being negative towards any of those things. But in the process of doing that, agriculture's become the redheaded stepchild. It just doesn't. It's not. You're not really. You're our child, but we really don't want to claim you as our child. You know what I mean? And what happens is, the world is finding out that the food supply is in trouble. And the world is starting to pursue these things. Regenerative ag didn't come out of Adventism. But the world is starting to pursue these things and recognizing there's a need to address it and everything. And that's inspiring the church to follow them. We always wind up being the tail and everything. And it's, like I said, remember what you might not have been there, I was talking about in the marketplace. How if you actually take something better into the marketplace that's truly nutritional, nutrient-dense food, you will impact those people. And by impacting those people, you will have a voice. And this is, like I said, this is a wide open door that we're just not taking advantage of at all. And the world's pursuing it. And so then you're coming in. The only way you can come in at that point is you have to be better than them because you're doing it the right way. Well, people see, yeah, the comment was that more than half of the people coming to them are not Adventists. People in the world are sick. They're learning that the conventional practices for health and healing are not working, and they're getting worse and everything. We need to be there to offer them something better. The opportunity is just limitless, if you ask me. And I don't want to take away any of the other things that we're doing. But in a world that's become so stigmatized towards religion and everything, except you notice there's all kinds of Christian stuff going around now, and people are all interested in that and everything, but not in the ways that they need to be and everything. But we need to fill that void. We need to be answering those questions for those people. And we need to be answering, I think a part of the problem is a lot of people think that because God talks about our carnal nature, That somehow we associate food and our temporal needs with carnality. But didn't God provide a garden to nourish us? And so it's not about, it's about how we relate to those things, not that they aren't important and everything. And I look at physical nourishment like the other bookend with spiritual nourishment. It holds everything together. Take one of those bookends out, and the devil can get you if he can undermine your health, especially your mental health. He can put you in a vulnerable position, and we don't want that. We don't want that at all. Let me do one more slide here, and then we'll stop if anybody has any other questions, because it's 12:45 already. So I want you to understand the difference between photosynthetic production and biosynthetic production. These are two terms that Dr. Albrecht coined. Most of what you eat is photosynthetic production, and I've talked about this a little bit already. It's volume, it's bulk, it's weight, and photosynthetic production produces carbonaceous bulk. It's primarily energy and calories, and it's yield driven. The reason we have such a problem with obesity in this country anymore is because most of the food you're getting is just calories, and you're not satisfied. You're hungry. You're hungry more than you should be. You're never satisfied because you're not getting adequately nourished. And your body can't do everything with all these calories. You keep eating, you keep getting calories, but you don't get nourishment, and your body just stores it up. And we have a major problem with that because we're just getting calories. We're not getting nutrition with those calories. Biosynthetic production is what's produced as mineralized, proteinaceous bulk. It's a complete food source and it's quality driven. And that's what we're trying to produce. We're trying to produce biosynthetic food, not photosynthetic food. We've got plenty of calories. We need nourishment on it. And a lot of the food supply today is designed to stimulate you. A lot of the things in society anymore are just about stimulation. They're not about nourishment. Most of the stuff you go on these gadgets like this and on the internet and everything like that, it's all about stimulation, not about nourishment. And the same thing is true with a lot of the food supply now. It's just about stimulation, but there's never any satisfaction. You're never satisfied. There's never enough. And that's the way it is with a lot of stuff on the internet and all the other gadgets. You just have to have more and more and more of it, and you just get more and more frustrated because you're just never satisfied because you're not being nourished. And we need to be nourishing ourselves, and we need to be nourishing others. All right. Oh, it went the wrong way. Let's stop with this one. And then if you have any questions, you can answer them. Otherwise, it's lunchtime is at 1 o'clock.
Is there going to be more after lunch?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Whether continuous?
Yeah.
2:30 to...
So in Christ's Object Lessons, it says this, on page 43, that which the parable of the sower chiefly deals is the effect produced on the seed by the soil into which it is cast. So how successful that seed is bearing fruit is determined by the condition of the soil that it's cast into. It's just like when God sows seeds into our heart. What is the condition of the soil of our heart? What is the condition of our character? Will it bear fruit, or will it die out from lack of nourishment? And so that's why we're looking at the soil. We're not looking at the plant. We're not looking at the crop. We're going to be looking at plants, but we're looking at addressing the soil and addressing the conditions in the soil to actually provide for the crop and for the bearing of fruit. Okay, any questions? Otherwise, we're going to...
Water. You said something about water, the quality of water that's used in the garden. So if I have well water,
I would have it tested.
what am I looking at?
You need an irrigation water test, and I can give you information on that too. I encourage everybody to get a water test now because I've discovered in so many situations I didn't think it was going to be a problem, that it wound up being a problem, and it's really important to know because I can help you to do everything fertility-wise for the soil, and if you're applying water that has a problem, it can mess up everything that you're doing. And so it's important to know I just tell people everything that's going to go into your growing system, you need to know as much about it as you possibly can. So you can mitigate any kind of potential issues, you can address those issues or whatever. And so you're getting, along down the road as far as possible and as best as possible without these things. I had to learn that. I learned that. I can tell you a little bit of that when we come back. But I had to learn that. The Lord's led me along. I actually, when I learned the health message, I went back to school to go to medical school. Because I thought as a doctor, I didn't want to practice medicine. I wanted to teach health. And God had other ideas. I grew up in agriculture. I didn't want to be in agriculture. I saw too many problems going on. They just building. You know, as it always is half the time, God winds up putting you in the very place you didn't want to be. But anyway, long story short, I wound up in agriculture. But I had to learn what agriculture. What is it that needed to be done? Because what is being done is pretty much failing. And so we just want to keep going that road until we just fail with it? Or do we want to turn and walk in the steps that God wants us to walk in? He wants us to prosper. There's no question about that. But we have to be willing to follow in his footsteps, to follow his lead and his instruction on how to make that happen.
So I work at Wachita Hills College in Arkansas, and we have a farm there, but we're lacking a farm manager right now. But what you're talking about is like ringing bells in my ears that, well, why don't we start something at the school that trains people on how to do what you're talking about doing the soil testing. Because one thing that's necessary for this school to be successful is industries. You know, just like on the Madison model,
Sure.
Industries are necessary. And that's one thing we're trying to build because we're lacking. So if there's something, you know, if we can exchange information and talk, then maybe we can not only start up a lab, but at the same time be training more and more people to be able to understand it, know how to do it, and then maybe they can branch out to other areas and all work in a network together.
Sure.
That produces what's necessary. Excuse me, what's necessary for good farming, gardening.
Yeah, they actually talked to me. This is several years ago now, but at that point they wanted to set up a 2-year program. And back with that, full training program, college level training program, and I just felt like that was too long. We have the technology now to communicate with people and everything, and so people needed to come in, be there for 6 months, for a season. And one of the ideas was, well, if they're there for a couple of years, you could see 2 seasons. I grew for 34 years and I never saw the same season. And so it's really about establishing the right principles, establishing the right practices, and then sending them out. Try to send them out with somebody with some experience. But even, we have the ability to communicate. And I tell people, if you've got to go out and you're not really experienced yet and everything, you've got a phone and you can call and we can work it out. And the first thing I tell people is you've got to address the soil fertility. Everything above that is going to be affected by that. And so, but I agree with you. We need to be having something set up where, like a lab, for example, the cost of setting up a lab and operating. At one point, I had a person who was a technician who was going to help set up the procedures, and they had a person who had the money to build out the lab and all these kind of things, but we could never bring it together.
We're under new leadership now, and we are not focused on the 2-year, the 4-year programs. We're focused on the learning that's necessary, and then the action to move.
Yeah, and it would be good for somebody to have a couple of years working with somebody as a mentor and everything like that, but we don't have the time anymore. We haven't had it for a long time. And like I said, if I can get people to grasp these fundamental principles and understand what kind of the model that I'm talking about and everything, and go out and do it. That's the big thing. You mentioned actually doing it. You would be surprised how many people they get engaged, and we do soil tests and we do recommendations, and then they never follow through. And that's part of the parable too. The cares of this world, the thorns and the thistles, man. And I get it. I completely understand that. Life is a busy thing. and it always seems to get busier, and it's just more and more to have to deal with. But it just comes down to a situation of what do I prioritize? And this will come along if I'll just do this first and everything. So it's a challenge. We all need to be praying about it because I think it's just really important. And like I said, I would encourage everybody's prayers about this because I think we really need it. And it's not just, I talk about the grower's purpose later on. I don't know if we'll get to it. But it's more than just growing food for ourselves. The Spirit of Prophecy says that as we see the gospel in nature, as we see the things of God in nature, as we read them in the Bible, it deepens our conviction. And I can tell you that as you see what I've seen in the soil, working with it, comparing to what the Bible says, it's just like, yeah, these two things came from the same place. And they agree with each other. And what God said agrees with what he did. And everything. So.
She want to know what composting, is that a good idea to compost? Is that helpful for the soil?
Maybe.
Maybe? Oh, no.
I'll make sure we get to the carbon fertility part and I'll talk about it. More organic growers get themselves in trouble with compost than anything else. Now, I get a reputation of being negative towards compost, but I'm not negative towards compost. What I'm positive towards is knowing what your conditions are and meeting those conditions, and thus far and no further. The problem is that people put too much on. They wind up overloading certain minerals in the soil, and then they create all kinds of other problems. And so the benefits they got from the compost, from the carbon and the hydrogen and the oxygen in it, they lose because they mess their chemistry up. And then they start having disease and pest problems as a result of that. But we'll talk about it. We're going to talk about, that's the number 3 priority for carbon fertility is biomass, I call it. Number 1 is carbon induction, which is our own testimony. And then number 2 is cover cropping and green manure crops to build organic matter in the soil. But compost can certainly be part of it, and I recommend compost a lot. It's just that I also have to help growers that have overdone it, created excesses, and have to be worked with after the fact. So it's about knowing what you need and then applying the stuff that'll meet the needs of what you need.
Do you have that card? Take a picture of it.
See if I have any.